Shalom, Israel.
Shalom, my brother.
Shalom, shalom. How's everyone doing?
Giving thanks. How about yourself?
Likewise, I'm great. We got another good presentation coming up, dealing with the wilderness. We got a lot of brothers and sisters that's lacking understanding, and they believe that we're in the wilderness today. So that allows us the opportunity to display the law and the testimonies to show exactly what it means when Israel is in the wilderness. So it's a great thing because we get to teach more on the law today and use our testimonies to show that we have light on this matter, and that many of our brothers and sisters are teaching Israel in darkness because they are telling us that we are in the wilderness this day. So we got a good one coming up.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be starting in a few minutes. Let a few more people get on, and then we'll get started. Have anybody came on since you've been on, y'all man?
I think I did hear a few clicks, but I didn't hear anyone say anything.
Okay. Yeah, I see a few numbers up. I just ain't hear nobody but you. Yeah, we got a lot of scriptures to go over today. Like I said, we're going to read a lot in the law, which is truly needed. And many of us have not read the law as it should be read with understanding. So we're going to review a lot of the words of the law, and we're going to show the flight of our fathers in the wilderness. And we're going to compare those laws and that flight to where we find ourselves today. And after we get done with this presentation, we all should come have the same conclusion that we are not in the wilderness today. Hopefully these words will broaden our brothers and sisters' understanding on what Yahweh has said and what he has done.
Yeah, that's a highly stressed subject, so it should be very, 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 very informative.
Yes, it is. I'm still kind of confused in a sense of how our brothers and sisters come to that conclusion, though, being in the wilderness today. There's nothing in our flight that denotes us being in the wilderness today. Nothing.
Correct.
And we also using this presentation to establish without a shadow of a doubt until we make it back in the wilderness, Israel is not under the covenant of the law. So there's a two-phase to this to explain that we're not in the wilderness, and we're also using this presentation to show without a shadow of a doubt that Israel could not be under the covenant of the law today. And many of our brothers and sisters don't understand that. That's why when you talk to them, they take you to the book of Deuteronomy, or they take you to the book of Exodus, because they truly don't understand that they are not in the wilderness. They compare your captivity with the wilderness. And the only way you can do that if you don't have understanding. If you had understanding, you would never compare the wilderness to captivity. Never.
Yeah, I've also heard them compare captivity to a long journey also.
Yeah, years ago we had Moray's try to teach that out of the book of Numbers, the 9th chapter. And it's a terrible teaching. It's an error, and it's a teaching that's done in darkness. And that long journey has also been compared to captivity as well. Not just the wilderness, it has been compared to captivity, which is also incorrect. When you compare the long journey that you find in the book of Numbers, when you read it with understanding, it allows you to know that exactly how many days that long journey consists of. And according as it is written, it don't seem like it consists no more than 30 days or another moon or another month. Start in 2 more minutes. Start at 4:30. Go on and knock this presentation out. We should be done by no later than 8.
So basically the long journey consists of the confinements of the land, basically. So you think they was outside of the land, or could a long journey was just considered a long journey?
I would say a long journey is a long journey. It does not actually tell us if they are out of the land or in the land, but it does denote that they have a whole moon to get back. So it doesn't really tell us exactly where they may have journeyed at. So we're not to add or take away. So it don't really tell us that. It just allows us to know if Israel is on a long journey dealing with the Passover in Numbers, the 9th chapter, then they have another moon to return. And in that moon, they were to do all that they were supposed to do while they was on that journey. And it also allows us to know that we were not to keep the laws and the feast days of Yahweh wherever we were at, because the Almighty made stipulations for those people to return and do it then. So it allows us to know without a shadow of a doubt that Israel didn't do it wherever they was at. Shalom, Israel. Is anybody else on the line? Shalom, Israel. We're going to go ahead and get started. It's 4:30. I see about 5 or 6 people on the line right now, and as the Almighty said in the book of Jeremiah, the 5th chapter, if he could find 5 in this city, he will spare the city. So we got more than enough to get started. So we're going to go ahead and get started dealing with this great presentation today, which will be called, Are We in the Wilderness Today? Dealing with the children of Israel. The Psalms of today will be Psalms 107 and Psalms 95, read by our brother Yamin Israel. So we're going to go ahead and get started, and I'll make my comments after Yamin get done with Psalms 107 and Psalms 95. You can go ahead and get started, my brother.
Okay, I would like, as the brother stated, everyone to turn to Psalms 107, please. Psalms 107. It reads, O give thanks unto Yahweh, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Let the redeemed of Yahweh say so, whom he hath redeemed from the hand of the enemy, and gathered them out of the lands from the east and from the west, from the north and from the south. They wandered in the wilderness in a solitary way. They found no city to dwell in. Hungry and thirsty, their soul fainted in them. Then they cried unto Yahweh in their trouble, and he delivered them out of their distresses. And he led them forth by the right way, that they might go to a city of habitation. Oh, that men would praise Yahweh for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men. For he satisfieth the longing soul and filleth the hungry soul with goodness, such as sit in darkness and in the shadow of death, being bound in affliction and iron, because they rebelled against the words of Elohim and contemned the counsel of the Most High. Therefore he brought down their heart with labor. They fell down, and there was none to help. Then they cried unto Yahweh in their trouble, and he saved them out of their distresses. He brought them out of darkness and the shadow of death, and break their bands in thunder. Oh, that men would praise Yahweh for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men. For he hath broken the gates of brass and cut the bars of iron in thunder. Fools, because of their transgression and because of their iniquities, are afflicted.
Their soul abhor all manner of meat, and they draw near unto the gates of death. Then they cry unto Yahweh in their trouble, and he saved them out of their distress. He sent his word and healed them and delivered them from their destruction. Oh, that men would praise Yahweh for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men. And let them sacrifice the sacrifices of thanksgiving and declare his works with rejoicing. They that go down to the sea in ships that do business in great waters, these see the works of Yahweh and his wonders in the deep. For he commanded and raises the stormy wind, which lifted up the waves thereof. They mount up to the heaven. They go down again to the depths. Their soul is melted because of trouble. They reel to and fro and stagger like a drunken man and are at their wits' end. Then they cry unto Yahweh in their trouble, and he bringeth them out of their distresses. He maketh the storm a calm, so that the waves thereof are still. Then are they glad because they be quiet. So he bringeth them unto their desired haven. Oh, that men would praise Yahweh for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men. Let them exalt him also in the congregation of the people, and praise him in the assembly of the elders. He turneth rivers into a wilderness, and the water spring into dry ground, a fruitful land into barrenness, for the wickedness of them that dwell there. He turneth the wilderness into a standing water, and dry ground into water springs. And there he maketh the hungry to dwell, that they may prepare a city for habitation, and sow the field, and plant vineyards, which may yield fruits of increase. He blessed them also, so that they are multiplied greatly, and suffer not their cattle to decrease. Again, they are diminished and brought low through oppression, affliction, and sorrow. He poured content upon princes and causes them to wander in the wilderness, where there is no way. He setteth, yet he setteth the poor on high from affliction, and maketh him family like a flock. The righteous shall see it, and rejoice, and all iniquity shall stop her mouth. Whoso is wise and will observe these things, even they shall understand the loving kindness of Yahweh. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
I would like everyone to turn to Psalms 95, please. Psalms 9:5. It reads, O come, let us sing unto Yahweh. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving and make a joyful noise unto him with song. For Yahweh is a great Elohim and a great king above all deities. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hand formed the dry land.
You going in and out, brother.
I'm going to start over. I'm going to start from verse 1. O come, let us sing unto Yahweh. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving and make a joyful noise unto him with psalms. For Yahweh is a great Elohim and a great king above all deities. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. O come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before Yahweh, our Maker. For he is our Elohim, and we are the people of his pasture and the sheep of his hand. Today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your heart, as in the provocation, and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness, when your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my way, unto whom I swear in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And I would like to reiterate or reread Psalms 95 because you still went in and out. For those that wasn't able to hear all that Yahweh has said, it tells us again in Psalms 95, O come, let us sing unto Yahweh. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving and make a joyful noise unto him with psalms. For Yahweh is a great Elohim and a great king above all deities. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hand formed the dry land. O come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before Yahweh our Maker. For he is our Elohim, and we are the people of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your hearts, as in the provocation and as in the day of the temptations in the wilderness, when your fathers tempt me, prove me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their hearts, and they have not known my ways, and to whom I swear in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest. Hallelujah. And these two psalms that was read by our brother Yamin are great psalms, and we put these psalms with today's presentation because they both denote Israel being in the wilderness. And it tells us again in the 8th verse, harden not your heart, as in the provocation and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness. So it allows us to know, it allows us to know that found themselves in the wilderness once they were saved out of Egypt, and they entered into a covenant, and that covenant that they entered into, they broke. So today's presentation, again, Israel, is called, Are We in the Wilderness Today? Even though many people have accused us of being rebels, of sinning, of being part of this provocation and temptation, they are saying that these things have transpired in the wilderness. They are teaching today that Israel is in the wilderness. So we're going to refute that teaching. Also, the teaching of Israel being under the covenant of the law. For they must be under the covenant of the law today if they are in the wilderness. Because according to the law and testimonies that we will show forth today, it will prove that Israel entered the bond of the covenant once they entered into the land. Entered into the wilderness. And we teach that we are not under the bond of the covenant today, nor are we in the wilderness. So again, this great presentation will be called, Are We in the Wilderness Today? And we're going to jump right on in to the presentation. In doing so, I would like for each and every one of us to turn our scriptures to Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter. And at this time, please, Israel, get yourself a pen and a piece of paper in your holy scriptures and jot down these scriptures and any questions or comments that you might have. Please jot them down. That way you won't forget them by the end of the presentation, and you can present them, because your comments and your questions truly helps your brothers and your sisters. We should all be turning our scriptures to the book of Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter. And it tells us in Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, if we all turn there, please. In the book of wisdom, which we are seeking after this day, it tells us in the 3rd chapter, in the 14th verse, and it reads, I know that whatsoever Elohim does, it shall be forever. Nothing can be put to it, nor anything taken from it. And Elohim does it, that man should fear before him. That which has been is now, and that which is to be have already been. And Elohim requires that which is past. And today we're going to show that which has passed, and we're going to show and teach what Yahweh requires and what will come to pass. It also tells us, if we turn our Holy Scripture to the book of Proverbs, another book of wisdom, the book of Proverbs, the 30th chapter. And it tells us in the book of Proverbs, the 30th chapter, if we start reading at the 5th verse, for it reads, every word of Elohim is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Add thy not into his words, lest he reprove thee, and thy be found a liar. And today, we're not trying to be found a liar, but instead we are going to witness, confirm, declare, and acknowledge that every word of Elohim is pure. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter. And it also tells us in Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter, if we start reading at the 24th verse, Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter, and we all are starting at the 24th verse. For it reads, and Yahweh commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear Yahweh our Elohim for our good always, that he might preserve us alive as it is at this day. And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments before Yahweh our Elohim as he hath commanded us. So we see in the book of Deuteronomy that our fathers that was recipients of salvation and being redeemed out of Egypt entered into a bond of a covenant with Yahweh. And it allows us to know that our fathers that were in the wilderness freed from the Egyptian captivity hearkened or was commanded to hearken into all these statutes. And when they hearkened into all those statutes, it showed that they feared Yahweh, their Elohim. And for them to hearken into all these statutes, it was for their good always, that he might preserve them alive, as it was in that day. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Isaiah, the book of Isaiah, the 46th division, the 46th division of Isaiah. And it tells us in the book of Isaiah, in the 46th chapter, starting at the 3rd verse, if we all turn there, please. And it tells us, starting at the 3rd verse of Isaiah, the 46th chapter, and it reads, hearken unto me, O house of Jacob, and all the remnant of the house of Israel, which are born by me from the belly, which are carried from the womb. And even to your old age I am he, and even to the hoary hair will I carry you. I have made and I have bared, even I will carry and will deliver you. To whom will ye liken me, and make me equal, and compare me that we may be alike? They lavish gold out of the bag, and weigh silver in the balance, and hire a goldsmith, and he makes it a god. They fall down, yea, they worship. They bear him upon the shoulder. They carry him and set him in his place, and he stands. From this place shall he not remove. Yea, one shall cry unto him, yet can he not answer, nor save him out of his trouble. And that is for any deity that Israel sets up, or any deity that Israel bow down to. The 8th verse reads, remember this, and show yourself men. And this presentation is going to indict many of our brothers that they are not true men for Yahweh. For it tells us again in the 8th verse of the 46th division of Isaiah. Remember this and show yourself men. Bring it again to mind, O ye transgressors. Remember the former things of old, for I am Elohim, and there is none else. I am Elohim, and there is none like me. The 10th verse, which will be the last verse that I will read. Well, excuse me, I'm going to the 13th, and it says, declaring the end from the beginning, as we just read in the book of Ecclesiastes, for Yahweh changes not, declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times the things that are not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand. And Yahweh's voice represents his counsel. My counsel shall stand, and I will do all my pleasures. And I'll just stop at the 10th verse. It also tells us, while we in the book of Isaiah, if we turn to the 8th chapter of Isaiah, the 8th chapter of Isaiah, because I need to establish these points. I need to witness that Yahweh has spoken. And we are just going to witness throughout this presentation all that Yahweh has said about the wilderness and his children being in it. And it tells us in Isaiah, the 8th chapter, I'd like to start at the 16th verse and read to the 20th verse. And it reads, in the 16th verse, bind up the testimony, seal the law among my disciples, and I will wait on Yahweh that hide his face from the house of Jacob, and I will look for him. But please note, the first thing he said he would do is wait upon Yahweh that hides his face from the house of Yaakov, and I will look for him. And today we are looking for Yahweh by witnessing all that he has said and all that he has done. Behold, I and the children whom Yahweh have given me are for signs and for wonders in Israel, from Yahweh of hosts, which dwells in Mount Zion. And when they shall say unto you, seek unto them that have familiar spirits, and unto wizards that peep and that mutter, should not a people seek unto their Elohim? Absolutely. But today we find ourselves listening to our brothers and our sisters. We find ourselves seeking our brothers and sisters that have familiar spirits, that work and operate like wizards, that peep and that mutter. Should not a people seek into their Elohim, as we are doing this day, for the living to the dead, to the law and to the testimony? If they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them. And today we're going to prove that there is no light in many of our brothers and sisters today, because we are going to witness the law and the testimonies, and we are truly going to show the light of this matter. It also tells us, in beginning this great presentation, I would like for us all to turn our scriptures to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. That's where we will start. Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. And I have chosen to start this presentation at Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, because, again, we have brothers and sisters coming out of these congregations and camps being taught by these preachers and mores, and they are telling Israel that they are in the wilderness today. Not only is they telling Israel that they are in the wilderness today, but according to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, the 33rd verse, if we all take a look there, they are also proclaiming that the 33rd verse have not been fulfilled, that the 33rd verse have not transpired. So let's read this 33rd verse. We're going to give a testimony to show that those things have transpired, and then we'll get straight into the wilderness. But I wanted to start here because some of the same people that is teaching that we are in the wilderness today are teaching that Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, the 33rd verse, have not been fulfilled. And the 33rd verse says this: "As I live, said Yahweh Elohim, surely with a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm and with fury pulled out will I rule over you." And a lot of people teaching that this have not transpired. And this denotes the wrath, the anger of our Creator, because our fathers refused to hearken to every word. So this is Elohim punishment upon Israel. It represents the judgment that was called out upon our fathers that you can find in in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 15th to the 68th verse, the curses for breaking the covenant of the law. And we got people teaching that these curses or this punishment or this 33rd verse have not transpired yet, or it have not been fulfilled. And we are teaching that it has. We are teaching and showing without a shadow of a doubt, based on this 33rd verse, is why we find ourselves scattered on the four corners of the earth this day, without our Creator, without our land, and without the covenant of the law. We will continue to read this chapter at a latter time, is where I want to present it. But I just wanted to show one of the scriptures that our brothers and sisters are teaching that have not occurred, because they are teaching we are in the wilderness this day. But I have one testimony that I would like to give before we leave this verse. And that testimony can be found in the book of Jeremiah. For Jeremiah spoke before Ezekiel spoke. And Ezekiel and Jeremiah is speaking hand in hand. They are on the same page, being obedient to the word of their Creator. Thus, it tells us in Jeremiah, the 21st verse, if we all turn there, please. Jeremiah, the 21st verse. The 21st chapter. And it tells us in Jeremiah, the 21st chapter, and I'd like to start reading at the very first verse, and I'll read the first 10 verses. And they read, the word which came into Jeremiah from Yahweh, when King Zedekiah sent him Pasur the son of Micaiah and Zephaniah the son of Messaniah the priest, saying, inquire, I pray thee, of Yahweh for us, for Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, make war against us. If so be that Yahweh will deal with us according to all his wondrous works, that he may go up from us. Then said Jeremiah unto them, thus shall ye say to Zedekiah, thus said Yahweh Elohim of Israel, behold, I will turn back the weapons of war that are in your hands, wherewith ye fight against the king of Babylon, and against the Chaldeans, which besieged you without the walls. And I will assemble them into the midst of this city. And I myself, please take note, I myself will fight against you with an outstretched hand and with a strong arm, even in anger and in fury and in great wrath. And we just read these same words in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, the 33rd verse, which many of our brothers are teaching have not came to pass. It tells us in the 6th verse, and I will smite the inhabitants of this city, both man and beast. They shall die of a great pestilence. And afterwards, said Yahweh, I will deliver Zedekiah, king of Yehuda, and his servants, and the people, and such as are left in this city, from the pestilence, from the sword, and from the famine, into the hands of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and into the hand of their armies, and into the hand of those that seek their life. And he shall smite them with the edge of the sword. He shall not spare them, neither have pity nor have mercy. And unto this people thou shalt say, thus said Yahweh, behold, I set before you the way of life and the way of death. He that abide in this city shall die by the sword, and by the famine, and by the pestilence. But he that goes out to Babylon and fall to the Chaldeans that besiege you, he shall live. And a lot of people teach based on Jeremiah, the 24th chapter, dealing with the good figs, that the only way that they would be good figs if they kept a broken covenant. And we're not reading from Jeremiah 24, we're reading from Jeremiah 21, and the Almighty allowed us to know that Jeremiah had already understood these things, and before what he said in Jeremiah 24 to the people, he had already said these things in Jeremiah 21 to the people. And it allows us to know that the good figs that you find in Jeremiah 24 will be those that was just mentioned in the 9th verse of Jeremiah 21. And it reads again, he that abide in this city shall die by the sword, and by the famine, and by the pestilence. But he, the good figs, that goes out and falls to the Chaldeans, that besiege you, he shall live, and his life shall be unto him for a prey. For I have set my face against this city for evil, and not for good, said Yahweh. It shall be given into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall burn it with fire. So here is a testimony that according to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, the 33rd verse, these things have been fulfilled. Ezekiel, Daniel, both went into Babylon. So the things that Ezekiel was telling the children of Israel, not just the things he was telling them, but the things he had to illustrate and portray before the children of Israel, denoted them going into Babylon. And if that is true, and we know that it is, those things that you read in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, came to pass. The 20th chapter, the 33rd verse, came to pass. So I just wanted to establish that, since we have brothers and sisters teaching according to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, dealing with Israel going back into the wilderness, they denote that the 33rd verse have not been fulfilled, and we just showed the testimony of those things being told that they will be fulfilled, and they was fulfilled in the days of Israel being among Ezekiel. I would like to get right into the point of this presentation, which is, again, are we in the wilderness today? And I would like to start this presentation off by acknowledging one of our great brothers in scriptures that had knowledge of Israel being visited by their Elohim, and that same individual asked his brothers to take his bones with them. And when they took those bones, there was a journey that they were on, and that journey was none other than the wilderness. If we turn our scriptures to Genesis, the 50th chapter, the last book of Genesis, or the last chapter of Genesis, it tells us in Genesis, the 50th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And it reads, starting at the 24th verse to the 26th verse. And it reads, and Joseph said unto his brethren, I die, and Elohim will surely visit you and bring you out of this land into the land which he sware to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And Joseph took an oath of the children of Israel, saying, Elohim will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up my bones from thence. And the thence, or hence, is Egypt. And when they left Egypt, they took the route through the wilderness. Thus it reads, so Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt. And these words come from what Yahweh told our father Abraham, that you can find in Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 13th verse to the 18th verse. And in those verses, it allows us to know that Abraham's seed will find themselves in a nation that is not theirs, and they will be servants and afflicted. But the Almighty said, once the iniquity of the Amorites are fulfilled, that he would deliver the children of Israel out of that nation, judge that nation, and Israel will leave from that nation with great substance. Well, when they left, they took the route of the wilderness. They took the route of the wilderness because the wilderness represented a land of desolation. It also represented a land not inhabited. So the Almighty took us in the wilderness. And please note, when Israel went into the wilderness, based on Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 13th to the 18th verse, and based on Genesis, the 50th chapter, the 24th through the 26th verse. It was when Israel was visited by the Creator of the heaven and earth. They were not in the wilderness before Yahweh visited the children of Israel, nor were they in the wilderness before Yahweh judged the nation whom Israel had served and whom Israel had been afflicted by. So these things you must put down in your notes to understand the route of your Elohim and to understand the teachings that will be declared today, and to understand the teachings and the traditions that has already been taught us, which is terribly wrong. For it tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Exodus, the 3rd chapter, and today we're going to read many chapters and verses out of the book of the law to show our brothers and sisters that we do have light on the matter, and we will back these laws up by testimonies. It tells us in Exodus, the 3rd chapter, if we all turn there, please. For our fathers knew that they were going to be visited, and our fathers knew that they were going to be redeemed and delivered, and they also knew that they had to go in the wilderness. For it tells us in Exodus 3, if we all turn there, please. And it reads in Exodus 3, the first 12 verses, and it reads, Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of the Midians, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert, and came to the of Elohim, even to Habri. And the angel of Yahweh appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush burnt with fire, and the bush was not consumed. And Moses said, I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the bush is not burnt. And when Yahweh saw that he turned aside to see, Elohim called unto him out of the midst of the bush and said, Moses, Moses. And he said, Here am I. And he said, Draw not nigh, hiter, Put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place wherein thou standest is holy ground. And please take note how the Almighty make a distinction between that which is holy and that which is profane. When Moses drawed near, the first thing the Almighty told Moses was to put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place wherein thou standest is holy ground. And our fathers have always had these customs of taking off their shoes before they entered into one's house, because many times you was trotting in evil, or you was trotting in defilement, and you did not want to defile your house nor anyone else's house, which was on your shoes. So you took off your shoes. Well, in this case, Moses is standing on holy ground, and he is coming near to the Creator, the Holy One, and he is told to take off thy shoes, making a distinction between that which is holy and that which is not. Thus it reads one more time in the 5th verse, and he said, draw not night hither, like don't come any closer. Put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place wherein thou standest is holy ground. Moreover, he said, I am the Elohim of thy father, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Isaac, and the Elohim of Jacob. And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon Elohim. And Yahweh said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people, which are in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters. For I know their sorrows, and I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, to bring them up out of that land. And he did. He brought them up out of that land by way of the wilderness, into a good land, and a large, into a land flowing with milk and honey, and to the place of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which would wind up being the land that Israel possessed, and it would wind up being the land of all of their dwellings. The 9th verse reads, Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come into me, and I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them. Come now, therefore, and I will send thee into Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. So again, Israel, we must acknowledge and consider all that Yahweh has said and done, and thus far it allows us to know that Yahweh visited Moses and the children of Israel while they were being servants and afflicted. And the Almighty is allowing us to know that he was there for deliverance and salvation. And we had to leave the land of Egypt. And when we left, when I say we, I'm speaking about our fathers. When we left the land of Egypt, we entered into the land that is called the wilderness. And the wilderness again denotes a place not inhabited, a land of desolation. It also tells us in this third chapter, if we take a look at the 18th verse and read to the 22nd verse, and it reads, and they shall hearken to thy voice, and thy shall come, thy and the elders of Israel, and to the king of Egypt. And ye shall say unto him, Yahweh Elohim of the Hebrews have met with us, and now let us go, we beseech thee, 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to Yahweh our Elohim. So here in the 18th verse, it allows us to know what Yahweh told Moses and what Moses told all the elders of Israel, and they had to present these words to the president, to the king, to the Pharaoh of Egypt. And what was presented to the Pharaoh was that Yahweh has visited. And Yahweh has told us to tell Pharaoh to let us go a 3-day journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to Yahweh our Elohim. And this also allows us to know whatever the sacrifice consists of, they could not do it wherever they were at, because Yahweh commanded them to tell Pharaoh that you must go, that you must leave Egypt to serve him. And where did you go to start serving Yahweh? The place that is called the wilderness. It also tells us, and please mind you, when your brother bring out these chapters and verses, I am bringing out these chapters and verses to show the light on the matter. But I need you to compare these chapters and verses with what you are enduring this day. That way, by the time we get to the end of this presentation, we all should come to the same conclusion and understand that today Israel is not in the wilderness. Also, today Yahweh have not visited. So this is a good way to find out if our brothers and sisters that teaching that we are in the wilderness today, if they are in error or not. Not by what your brother Samuel teach, but by what is written. Thus, it tells us in the 19th verse, and I am sure that the king of Egypt will not let you go. No, not by a mighty hand. And I will stretch out my hand and smite Egypt with all my wonders, according to Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 13th to the 18th verse. It reads, in the 20th verse, and I will stretch out my hand and smite Egypt with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst thereof. And after that he will let you go. Let you go where? Out of his land into the wilderness. And I will give this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. And it shall come to pass that when ye go, ye shall not go empty. Please consult Genesis, the 15th chapter, if you don't understand what is being said by Moses and his creator. The 22nd verse reads, but every woman shall borrow of her neighbor and of her that sojourn in her house. jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and raiment, and ye shall put them upon your sons and upon your daughters, and ye shall spoil the Egyptians. So here it allows us to know what was told to our fathers later on in retrospect, even though Abraham already knew what his seed would endure, even though Abraham's great-great-grandson knew what was told to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Joseph told these same words to his brethren, which was none other than the children of Israel. So Israel knew that they would be visited, and they found out that when they are visited, they will enter into the wilderness to make a sacrifice to their Creator. And if we understand these things, this should be more than enough to denote that Israel is not in the wilderness today, because Yahweh have not visited us, nor have Yahweh executed the judgment upon the heathens that he promised he would in delivering Israel. So know, Israel, you are not delivered today, nor do you find yourself in the land that Israel was delivered in, which was none other than the wilderness. It tells us in the 4th chapter of Exodus, if we start reading at the 22nd verse, the 4th chapter of Exodus, the 22nd verse tells us this. And this is another proof that Israel was not under the law, nor was they ever commanded to keep the law in another man's land, but instead they became under the law, the covenant of the law, in the wilderness. Thus Moses was commanded to tell Pharaoh, as we just read in the 3rd chapter, these words, according to the 22nd verse of the 4th chapter of Exodus. And it reads, And thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, Thus said Yahweh, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. And I say unto thee, Let my son go. Why? That he may serve me. Now this should be taken out of many of our brothers and sisters' Bibles that teach that we are to serve Yahweh wherever we are at. Because if that is true, there would be no need for Yahweh to send Moses to Pharaoh to tell Pharaoh to let my son go, that he may serve me. And if thou refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn. And these words and the acts that transpired, again, is more than enough to let Israel know that they could not serve Yahweh wherever they were at. And mind you, where they are at, they are in the land of their enemies, being servants and afflicted. So eventually they already serving somebody, and they had to leave that master to serve the true and living Elohim. Well, today we find ourselves among many masters being scattered on the 4 corners of the earth. And as we read, and as we have read in the book of Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, Yahweh required that which is past. So again, Israel, we will have to leave the 4 corners of the earth. And when I say leave, I mean be saved out of it to be in the wilderness. and we are not saved out of America and abroad, nor have America and abroad been judged. So it truly lets us know that we are not in the wilderness this day, but it also allows us to know that we need to be in the wilderness to enter the bond of the covenant. It also tells us reading down to the 26th verse, I left off at the 23rd verse. And it came to pass by the way, I read the 18th verse. That's what I should have read, but I didn't. I started at the 22nd verse and read the 23rd verse. I would like to drop down to the 27th verse. And it tells us in the 27th verse to the 31st verse. And it reads, And Yahweh said unto Aaron, Go into the wilderness to meet Moses, because Moses was not in Egypt at that time. Moses had ran from Pharaoh because he was a brother keeper, and he killed one of the Egyptians that was smiting his brother. The thing was known, and he had to run for his life. So he was not in Egypt when Yahweh spoke to him in the 3rd chapter. And if y'all paid attention, it told us in the first verse of the 3rd chapter. Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert and came to the Mount of Elohim and Horeb. So he was not in Egypt. Thus it tells us again in the 27th verse of the 4th chapter, and Yahweh said unto Aaron, Go into the wilderness to meet Moses. And he went and met him in the Mount of Elohim and kissed him. And Moses told Aaron all the words of Yahweh, who had sent him, and all the signs which he had commanded him. And Moses and Aaron went and gathered together all the elders of the children of Israel. So Yahweh told Moses told Aaron that, look, we got to leave here because Yahweh is here to visit us and to render judgment upon our enemies, and he's going to take us out of here, and we going to the wilderness on a 3-day journey in the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to our Creator. It continues to read in the 30th verse, And Aaron spake all the words which Yahweh had spoken unto Moses, and did the signs in the sight of the people. And the people believed when they heard that Yahweh had visited the children of Israel. And many of us is going to believe once Yahweh appears, once Yahweh visits, once salvation is extended to us, we will truly believe. All the mess that we have been taught based on tradition, we will drop in the wilderness. It tells us, in closing in this 31st verse, and the people believed, and when they heard that Yahweh had visited the children of Israel, and that he had looked upon their affliction, then they bowed their heads in worship. It also tells us in the 6th chapter, if we turn there, please, of Exodus. And this is truly a great day because we get to read a lot of what is said out of the law. Many times our brothers and sisters teach and say, well, how are they teaching to fear Yahweh and depart from evil, and they don't even know the law? And that's a shame for one to make accusations about something you know nothing about, or about someone and you don't know what they know. Well, we know the law, and we have been teaching the law, declaring the law, quoting the law as it is written. But we don't stop there. We also bring forth our testimonies to allow our brothers and sisters to know that we are truly the witnesses of Yahweh and that we are witnessing with light. Thus it tells us in Exodus, the 6th chapter, if we read the first 13 verses, again it allows us to know what the wilderness consists of, and it allowed us to know before Yahweh visited Israel, they were never in the wilderness, nor are we. Thus it reads in the very first verse of the 6th chapter of Exodus. Then Yahweh said unto Moses, now shall thou see what I will do to Pharaoh. For with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land. And Elohim spake unto Moses and said unto him, I am Yahweh, and I appeared unto Abraham, and to Isaac, and unto Jacob by the name of Elohim Almighty, or El Shaddai. But by my name, Yahweh, was I not known to them. And I have also established my covenant with them. Please take note when the covenant was established, when he visited, to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage, wherein they were strangers. For Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob sojourned the land of Canaan with Yahweh, and it was called a pilgrimage. The 5th verse reads, and I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians keep in bondage, and I have remembered my covenant. And the covenant that Yahweh is remembering is the covenant that was made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And you can find those covenants being made with our forefathers in Genesis, the 12th chapter, in Genesis, the 15th chapter, in Genesis, the 17th chapter, also in Genesis, the 24th chapter, and Genesis, the 28th chapter. It tells us in the 6th verse, wherefore say unto the children of Israel, I am Yahweh, and I will bring you out from under the burden of the Egyptians, and I will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you. And please take note of the act which have not befallen you and I. We are not redeemed this day, nor do we find ourselves in the wilderness. It says, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm and with great judgments. America, nor the four corners of the earth have been judged. The only ones that have been judged this day is our fathers and their children. It tells us in the 7th verse, and I will take you to me for a people. Well, until he take you, you are not his people. You are his people being punished and being a servant and being afflicted. You are being judged by the rod of man and by the stripes of the sons of man. It tells us, and I will take you, in the 7th verse, to me for a people, and I will be to you a Elohim, and ye shall know, which many of you don't know today, that I am Yahweh your Elohim, which bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. And I will bring you into the land, concerning the which I did swear, to give it to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, which is none other than your dwellings. And I will give it you for an heritage. I am Yahweh. And Moses speaks so unto the children of Israel. But they hearken not, and many people are not hearkening today, even though their brother is speaking these same words to the children of Israel. But they hearken not unto Moses. And why? For anguish of spirit and for cruel bondage. So it allows us to know, even though Moses came before the children of Israel with light, they would not hearken to that light. They would not hearken to the voice of Yahweh because of what they were enduring in captivity. And what was they enduring in captivity again? It tells us they endured a anguish of spirit, and they endured a cruel and rigorous bondage. And we all are under a rigorous bondage today. Many of us have an angry spirit, and we can see that just by talking to our brothers and sisters. They refuse to confirm and acknowledge every word. And when they refuse to confirm and acknowledge every word, that angry spirit rises up, and they call you and I rebels and fools and every name up under the sun. And it is only because of where they are at this day, because of that angry spirit that is upon them. But that spirit changes, or it should change, once they are delivered, once they are visited and salvation is granted into them, then that spirit changes. For we will find through this presentation that when the Almighty delivered our fathers, he delivered them with a different spirit. They did not have the same spirit that was upon them under bondage, because they were no longer under bondage, but instead they were under salvation. It also tells us in the 10th verse, and Yahweh speak unto Moses, saying, Go in, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, that he let the children of Israel go out of his land. And Moses spake before Yahweh, saying, Behold, the children of Israel have not hearkened unto me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me, who am of uncircumcised lips? And Yahweh spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, and gave them a charge unto the children of Israel, and unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. And when they came out of the land of Egypt, again Israel, they entered into the wilderness. And you must take these notes down, because it allows you to know that Israel was freed, delivered, redeemed, and salvation was given to them is the reason why they found themselves in the wilderness. Before freedom and salvation was granted, they were not in the wilderness. The only time you find one person in the wilderness was when Moses was running for his life. It tells us also, if we turn our scriptures to the 8th chapter of Exodus, we need to read these chapter and verses. Y'all should read them in its entirety, but due to time restraint, I cannot read every word of every verse. So I have selected the particular chapter and verses to bring out to prove my point. Thus, we are all going to Exodus, the 8th chapter. And I would like to start reading from the 23rd verse. Exodus, the 8th chapter, the 23rd verse, to denote that Israel was to go in the wilderness once Yahweh visit them. And today we are not in the wilderness, nor have Yahweh visited us in America, nor abroad. For it tells us in Exodus, the 8th chapter, if we start reading at the 23rd verse, and we will read to the 28th verse. And it reads, "And I will put a division between my people and thy people." And there's always a division. There's always, Yahweh always make a distinction between his people and the world, or between that which is holy and that which is profane. Thus it tells us in the 23rd verse again, "And I will put a division between my people and thy people. Tomorrow shall this sign be." And Yahweh did so. And there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all the land of Egypt. The land was corrupt by reason of the swarm of flies. And Pharaoh called for Moses and for Aaron, and said, "Go ye sacrifice to your Elohim in the land." And that was never commanded Moses, nor did Yahweh ever tell Moses to tell Pharaoh to not let his servant go, that he may serve me, and that he can do whatever I tell him in the enemy's land. Those are not Yahweh words, but what we read in this 25th verse, we see the words of Pharaoh. And those words do not denote the instructions of Yahweh. Thus, the meekest and most faithfulest man in Yahweh's house said the same things that your brother Samuel have said for many years. And it is written in the 26th verse, "And Moses said, it is not meet to do so." What Pharaoh said in the 25th verse, the President of the United States and many government officials have said the same thing. And they call it freedom of religion. And the white man today have told you the same thing that Pharaoh have told Moses. But the only thing different is that you never come with the same response. because you are not considered the most meekest, nor the most faithfulest men in Yahweh's house. Instead, you will readily tell your brother and sister, Shabbat Shalom, that we are under the Sabbath today in the enemy's land. You will readily tell the enemy and your brothers and sisters that we are under the covenant of the law today in the enemy's land. But if you were truly hearkening to the words of your Creator, and if you truly feared Yahweh and departed from evil, you would respond just like Moses and just like your brother Shemuel. For it tells us in the 26th verse, and Moses said, it is not met so to do, for we shall sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians to Yahweh our Elohim. And what do this mean? Well, what is denoting is that Yahweh is a holy Elohim. And the things that we were to sacrifice to Yahweh had to be holy. If we stayed in our enemy's land and kept the feast days, where the Almighty said through the mouth of Moses that you are not doing anything but offering me the abominations of your enemies. So that's a great reason why you can't serve me in the land of your enemies. Again, it reads in the 26th verse, and Moses said, it is not met so to do. We shall sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians to Yahweh our Elohim. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes? And we have testimonies today where our brothers and sisters were not like Moses, but right in their own eyes, leaning upon their own understanding to where they agree with the government. Yeah, we under freedom of religion. So since we under freedom of religion, long as our bosses and them let us off, we can enjoy the Sabbath day on Saturdays or on the seventh day. And the only reason you speak like this is because you are not meek, nor are you faithful to the words of your Creator. And when you do these things, all you're doing is sacrificing the abomination of your enemies. And Moses had enough sense to know that if you do so, they will stone us. And one of the greatest testimonies that I like to bring forth dealing with our people thinking they under the law and having a good time and being prosperous is the Black Wall Street, which brought forth envy toward the white man to where he burnt that stuff down, killed as many people as possible, only because you have sacrificed their abomination towards your Creator. So they stoned you by way of fire, by way of gunshots. And this should be more than enough proof that we were never commanded to sacrifice, to worship, to keep anything of Yahweh in the presence of our enemies in a defiled land. Because as you read in Exodus the 3rd chapter, the Almighty told Moses, take off your shoes. And he wasn't even in Egypt. But he was standing on holy ground. And when you on holy ground, there is one way to approach Yahweh. And you must be clean. The 27th verse reads, we will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to Yahweh our Elohim as he shall command us. And that's all we are trying to show our brothers and sisters today. According to the commands, according to the testimonies, we are not in the wilderness this day. According to the command, according to the testimonies, we cannot serve Yahweh wherever we are at. But instead, the testimonies allow us to know with the law that we served Yahweh when we were delivered, when we were freed, when the judgment befell the Egyptians. We served our Creator, and we went into the wilderness on a 3-day journey as he commanded us. We did not say, well, Yahweh is right and his word is right wherever we are at. Because if you would have been in error, and you probably would have never made it out of Egypt. It continued to tell us in this 8th chapter, it reads one more time in the 8th verse, and Pharaoh said, I will, please take note, I will let you go. Why? Why are you letting us go based on what our brothers is teaching? We got brothers that's all in the book of the Apocryphers and the book of Jasher and all that, teaching that Moses taught to Pharaoh and Pharaoh told him that they can keep the Sabbath. Why would he say that? When the 28th verse says, and Pharaoh said, I will let you go. Why? That ye may sacrifice to Yahweh your Elohim. Where at? What about just in my tent? Or what about just in my house? It says, in the wilderness. Only ye shall not go very far away. Entreat for me, like pray for me. But he said, only if you don't go very far. Well, he didn't really have no limitations on how far we go, because Yahweh already told us that we had to go 3-day journey. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the 12th chapter of Exodus. The 12th chapter of Exodus. And in the 12th chapter of Exodus, if we start reading at the 24th verse, it continued to note that Israel was saved, that Israel was visited, that Israel had to leave Egypt to serve their Elohim. And he brought them to serve him and to enter into the covenant in the wilderness. Thus it tells us in the 24th verse of the 12th chapter of Exodus. And ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance to thee and to thy sons forever, dealing with the Passover and the ordinances of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. The 25th verse reads, and it shall come to pass, when ye become to the land, not any land, not wherever you are at, which Yahweh will give you according as he hath promised, that ye shall keep this service. Well, here go another service which is called the Passover, and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And they did these things coming out of Egypt, because the Egyptians was being judged that night. Coming out of Egypt, they did these things. And they were told to do these things in the land, not wherever you are at. And we have chapters and verses showing that these things were done in the wilderness. In Numbers, the 9th chapter. Please write that down if you want to find that out. In Numbers, the 9th chapter. That was the second time that Israel did the Passover, and they were in the wilderness. And it allowed us to know that Israel did the Passover in the wilderness because Yahweh was among them in the wilderness, and because Yahweh commanded them so in the wilderness. There is no other reason why the children of Israel kept that service in the wilderness other than Yahweh commanded them so. And today, we got brothers and sisters giving out invitations and all that, dealing with the Passover seasons, and got you paying $100 and all that for a plate of madness being done in the enemy's land. And they will try to compare what they doing today to that which the children of Israel did in the wilderness. There is no comparison. There is a great difference between one being freed and one being a captive. So there is no comparison whatsoever. Thus it tells us in the 25th verse, the 24th verse again, it says, and ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance to thee and to thy sons forever. And it shall come to pass, when ye be come to the land, not wherever you are at, which Yahweh will give you, according as he hath promised, that ye shall keep this service. And it shall come to pass. And many of you, none of you should have said, can answer this correctly to your children, because it tells us in the 26th verse, and it shall come to pass, when your children shall say unto you, what means ye by this service? All of you that have lied to the children of Israel and have despised the words of Yahweh, none of you can answer this correctly to your children, especially if you call yourself reenacting, practicing what Yahweh told our fathers to do in the land of promise. Well, the scripture tells us in this 26th verse, and it shall come to pass when your children shall say to you, what means ye by this service? The Passover, the Sabbath, the Day of Atonement, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of Tabernacles, any of these things. It tells us in the 27th verse that ye shall say, it is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Passover, who passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt when he smote, when he judged the Egyptians and delivered. Please take note. We were saved out of it. We was redeemed. Salvation was given. It says, and delivered our houses. And the people bowed the head and worshiped. And the children of Israel went away and did as their brothers said, as the multitude said, absolutely not. It says, and the children of Israel went away and did as Yahweh had commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. Again, it tells us, Israel, in the very next chapter, the 13th chapter of Exodus, if we take a look at the 17th to the 19th verse to establish our point with truth, it tells us in Exodus, the 13th chapter, the 17th to the 19th verse. And it reads, "And it came to pass, when Pharaoh had let the people go, that Elohim led them not through the way of the land of the Philistines, although that was near. For Elohim said, Lest peradventure the people repent when they see war and they return to Egypt. But Elohim led the people about through the way of what? Of the wilderness of the Red Sea. And the children of Israel went up harnessed out of the land of Egypt." Not without confirming and acknowledging the promise that they made with their father Joseph. Thus it reads in the 19th verse, "And Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, for he has strictly sworn the children of Israel, saying, Elohim will surely visit you." So it allows us to know that Israel were not under a covenant of the law. They were not keeping the Sabbath. They were not freed until Yahweh visit them. And our fathers knew that they would be visited, and they knew once they was visited, they will be redeemed and brought to the land of promise. Well, in the route of the land of promise, they had to go through the wilderness. And each and every day of those 40 years in the wilderness, Yahweh was among those free people. Thus it tells us in the 20th verse, "And they took their journey from Shechat and encamped in Ephraim in the edge of the wilderness." And was they going by themselves? Was these some things that Moses and Aaron thought of them on themselves? Did they come up with this? Or was they following the instructions, the command of their Creator? It tells us in the 21st verse, "And Yahweh went before them." So Yahweh was before our fathers in the wilderness. Thus it read again, "And Yahweh went before them by day in a pillar of a cloud, and led," he didn't lead ourselves, "and led them the way, and by night in a pillar of fire, to give them light, to go by day and night. He took not away the pillar of the cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night from before the people." Well, today, we got brothers and sisters, Morays, Kohans, preachers teaching that we are in the wilderness today without the light, without the lead of our Creator. And they are teaching that we supposed to do whatever Yahweh said wherever we are at, without the light and without the lead of our Creator. And we have just witnessed that that is not the ways of our Creator. Because again, in the book of wisdom, Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, Yahweh required that which has passed. So if we were truly in the wilderness today, Yahweh will be among us, that pillar of fire and the pillar of the cloud will be among us to lead us in the way that we should go. to make it in the land of promise. It also tells us if we take a look at the 16th chapter of Exodus, by the law and by the testimony. If they can't produce these things, it is only because they have no light, no matter what they are teaching. Well, in Exodus, the 16th chapter, it tells us in the very first 4 verses, if we turn there, please. And since we here, we'll also make reference to the Sabbath, because this is the first time that the Sabbath was made known to the children of Israel that came out of Egypt. That means they did not know it, nor did it in Egypt. But the first 4 verses of Exodus, the 16th chapter, tells us this. And they took their journey from Elam, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came into where? The wilderness of Sin, which is between Elam and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month after, please take note, their departing out of the land of Egypt. Never while they was there, but it was always after their departing out of the land of Egypt. And they didn't get a passport and all that and departed out the land of Egypt on their own. This departing was by the hand of their Creator. It tells us in the 2nd verse, and the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron in the wilderness. We ain't in the wilderness today, but the people are truly murmuring against those that will witness the truth in captivity. The 3rd verse reads, and the children of Israel said unto them, would to Elohim we had died by the hand of Yahweh in the land of Egypt, showing a lack of trust, when we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full, for ye have brought us forth into the wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger. The 4th verse, then said Yahweh unto Moses, behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you in the wilderness, not in your enemy's land. And the people will go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may test them whether they will walk in my law or no. Israel was never tested in captivity, nor was Israel judged for what they did in captivity. But we see here, once they were saved, redeemed, and delivered, and brought into the wilderness, they were tested and they were judged. Why? Why now? Because they have entered the bond of the covenant in the wilderness. Thus it tells us in the 5th verse, and it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gathered today, or gathered daily. And we got brothers and sisters right now all on social media talking about the 6-day preparation as if they are under the Sabbath, and they supposed to preparate for the 6th day for the 7th day. Well, we are reading in Exodus, the 16th chapter, the first mentioning of the Sabbath day to the children of Israel that have entered into the bond of the covenant. And the Almighty is telling them about the 6th day. This 6th day is applied to some free people that's in the wilderness among their Creator. And our brothers and sisters are so blind to where they are applying that which occurred in the wilderness in the land of their captivity, which represent nothing but darkness. Thus it tells us in the 6th verse, and Moses and Aaron said unto all the children of Israel, at even, then ye shall know that Yahweh hath brought you out. Please take note, not in, but brought you out from the land of Egypt. And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of Yahweh, for that he hears your murmurings against Yahweh. And what are we that ye murmur against us? And I say the same thing each and every day. Your murmuring is not against me, brothers and sisters. It's against your Creator. These words that I am witnessing is none other than the words of your Creator. The 8th verse reads, and Moses said, this shall be when Yahweh shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full, for that Yahweh hears your murmurings which ye murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against Yahweh. And Moses spake unto Aaron, saying to all the congregation of the children of Israel, come near before Yahweh, for he have heard your murmurings. And then it tells us, according to the 22nd verse of this same chapter, and it reads, and it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 almers for one man, and all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And that's like today. We teach, according to Exodus, the 31st chapter, the 13th to the, I think it's 21 verses there. Well, in Exodus, the 30th chapter, the 14th and the 15th verse, it says, he that defiled the Sabbath day should die. And we show these things. And we show these things by law and testimony. Numbers, the 15th chapter, the 32nd verse to the 36th verse allow us to know what it means when it says, he that defiled the Sabbath day should die. And that judgment came from the hands of the people. Well, when we teach that today, the so-called elders and the mores and the rulers are running back to the main man and saying that they teaching something opposite or something different in the scriptures. But if they was the meekest man and the most faithfulest man in Yahweh's house, they would have responded to your brothers, to your mores in this matter. And I'd like to read it again. And it says in the 22nd verse, and it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 almers for one man. And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. The 23rd verse reads, which your response should be, and he said unto them, this is that which Yahweh hath said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath, and to Yahweh bake that which ye will bake today, and boil that which ye will boil, and that which remain over lay up for you to be kept until the morning. Because in the morning would have been the Sabbath. We didn't even know nothing about the Sabbath. We're being taught the ordinances of the Sabbath in this 16th chapter. But we got brothers and sisters that trust in the white man and lean upon these fictional books called the Book of Yasser and things, and we will despise the words of Yahweh. We will call Yahweh a liar and tell the world that we already kept the Sabbath. We was keeping the Sabbath in Egypt. If that's the case, you better tear out the book of Exodus, because the book of Exodus will reprove thee, and thy will surely be found a liar. It tells us, Israel, in the 24th verse, and they laid it up till the morning, as Moses blazed, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein, because they was doing it according to the instructions. And Moses said, eat that today. Why is Moses telling some people that's been under the Sabbath for hundreds of years about the Sabbath and what to eat and when to eat? That sounds like he talking to somebody that don't know nothing about the Sabbath, and our fathers did not. Thus he told our fathers, eat that today, for today is the Sabbath, not evening to evening, not the daylight in your captivity, but the day that they found themselves in the wilderness, which was the seventh day. They were told exactly what to eat and when to eat it and when to prepare it, which was the sixth day in the wilderness, not in your captivity. It reads, again in the 25th verse, and Moses said, eat that today, for today is a Sabbath, and to Yahweh. Today ye shall not find it in the field. 6 days ye shall gather it, but on the seventh day, not the sixth day evening, but on the seventh day, which is the Sabbath. So here again it allows us to know that the Sabbath never started from evening to evening, but the Almighty allowed Moses, the most meekest and faithfulest man in his house, to explain to Israel when the Sabbath began. And it says again in this 26th verse, 6 days ye shall gather it, but on the seventh day, which is the Sabbath, in it there shall be none. And it came to pass, like it hath came to pass this day, where we got brothers and sisters teaching that we can keep the Sabbath wherever we are at. And basically you can do it however you can do it, wherever you are at. Many of them say they just do the best they can, where the scripture says in the 27th verse, and it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the seventh day for to gather, and they found none. Why? Because they are not following the instructions. The 28th verse reads, and because they did not follow the instructions, the scripture says, and Yahweh said unto Moses, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my law? And I have indicted many brothers and sisters on refusing to acknowledge all that Yahweh said. The 29th verse reads, see, for that Yahweh have given you the Sabbath, therefore he give you on the sixth day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place, let no man go out of his place on the seventh day. So the people rest on the seventh day. In the wilderness, Israel, also in the land of promise, there is no law, nor is there any testimony where the children of Israel kept the Sabbath in Egypt, Babylon, nor America. It also tells us, in dealing with this great plight, let us turn our scriptures to Numbers, the 14th chapter. Numbers, the 14th chapter. By the law and by the testimony will we establish the light of this matter. And it tells us in Numbers, the 14th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And it tells us I'll start at the first verse because I can't take for granted that y'all have already read these chapters and verses. So I need to read and establish as much truth as possible to reprove our brothers that is teaching that we are in the wilderness today and that we are being rebellious and that we are everything called up under the sun because we are not walking in the path of our brothers and sisters. Well, we are about to read a testimony of our people being rebels, and they were in the wilderness. There is no testimonies of Israel being rebels in Egypt. But we will find many testimonies of Israel being rebels and transgressing the law and breaking the law in the wilderness because that's where they received the covenant of the law. Thus, it tells us in Numbers, the 14th chapter, I'll try to speed it up, it reads in the very first verse. And all the congregation lift up their voice, continuing to murmur against the Creator, even though they think they are murmuring against Moses and Aaron. It says, and all the congregation lift up their voice and cried, and the people wept that night. And all the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron. And the whole congregation said unto them, again, without any hope and faith, would Elohim that we had died in the land of Egypt, or would Elohim we had died in this wilderness? And wherefore have Yahweh brought us into this land, to fall by the sword, that our wives and our children should be a prey? Were it not better for us to return into Egypt? And that's what many of our brothers and sisters are saying in so many words, because they teaching that they doing all in Egypt, or they teaching that they doing all in America, or they teaching that their dwellings is wherever they at, and they doing all wherever they are at. So they saying it would be better to just do it where we at. Don't listen to your brother. Don't wait till you go into the wilderness. Don't wait till you delivered. Don't wait till salvation comes. Just do it like our fathers thought they could do it in Egypt when they made it in the wilderness. Thus it reads, the 4th verse. And they said one to another, let us make a captain, and let us return to Egypt. And do what? Then Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before all the assembly of the congregation of the children of Israel. And Joshua the son of Nun and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, which were of them that searched the land, rent their clothes. They can't believe it. And they speak into all the company of the children of Israel, saying, the land which we passed through to search it is an exceedingly good land. It's only one place where Yahweh commanded you to govern yourself with the law, and that was this good land. Not you returning to Egypt, not you trying to do it in America. The 8th verse reads, If Yahweh delight in us, then he will bring us into this land. And I say the same thing. If Yahweh delight in us, he will bring us back under the bond of the covenant, and he will bring us in the land of promise, your dwellings, Israel. The 9th verse reads, only rebel not ye against Yahweh, neither fear ye the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Their defense is departed from them, and Yahweh is with us. Fear them not. And please take note, Yahweh was among our fathers in the wilderness because they was free, they was made clean, and they was given a total different spirit. But all the congregation blazed to stone them with stones just because they confirming and acknowledging all that Yahweh told them. And the glory of Yahweh appeared in the tabernacle of the congregation before all the children of Israel. And Yahweh said, since you think you was murmuring against Moses, in all actuality you was murmuring against Yahweh. Thus the 11th verse reads, and Yahweh said unto Moses, how long will this people provoke me? So when you teach that you're in the wilderness today, when you teach you're under the covenant of the law today, when you teach you're under the Sabbath today, that is a provoking. Thus it reads one more time in the 11th verse, and Yahweh said unto Moses, how long will this people, not Moses, but this people that refuse to hear the instructions, provoke me? And how long will it be ere they believe me? You don't believe Yahweh. I'll show you where Yahweh said Israel supposed to keep the Sabbath, and you say we keep it wherever we at. I show you where Yahweh said about your righteousness, and you believe that you can get that righteousness wherever you are at. Thus it tells us, Israel, they believe me not, or it says, how long will it be ere they believe me? For all the signs which I have shown among them. And that's the same thing I'm saying. All the light that we have shown, constantly showing law and testimony, and you still refuse to believe your Creator, I will smite them with the pestilence and disinherit them just because they are disobedient, and will make of thee a greater nation and mightier than they. And the most meekest and faithfulest man in Yahweh's house said, according to the 13th verse, and Moses said unto Yahweh, then the Egyptians shall hear it, for thou broughtest up this people in thy might from among them, and they will tell it to the inhabitants of this land, for they have heard that thy Yahweh art among this people. Please take note. Not only did Israel know that Yahweh was among them when they was in the wilderness, even the enemy knew, because of the might and the wrath and the judgment that he laid upon them. So sure they knew that the true and living Elohim was among them in the wilderness. Not so today. It tells us that thy Yahweh art seen face to face, and that thy cloud stand over them. you have never seen nor heard Yahweh face to face, nor have you ever envisioned the cloud that stand over us, or that stood, should I have said, over our fathers when they were free in the wilderness. And that thy goest before them. Today you got your brothers and your sisters before you. Your brothers and your sisters telling you that you under the Sabbath and you are agreeing with it. So no, you don't have Yahweh before you. You got your brother, which is walking in darkness. It tells us that thy Yahweh are seen face to face, and that thy clouds stand over them, and that thy goest before them by daytime in a pillar of a cloud, and in a pillar of fire by night. Now, if thou shalt kill all this people as one man just because they refuse to confirm every word, then the nation which have heard the fame of thee will speak, saying, because Yahweh was not able, please take note the significance of your deliverance and the significance of your dwellings, because if Yahweh did not do these things, the nation would have taught against him. The nations would have belittled his glory and said, Yahweh ain't that great, because he killed them in the wilderness because he couldn't take them to the land of promise, which is none other than all of your dwellings. Thus it tells us, again in the 15th verse, I think that's where I left off. Now, the 16th verse, because Yahweh was not able to bring his people into the land which he swore unto them. Therefore he hath slain them in the wilderness, not in your enemy's land, as you are this day. And now I beseech thee, let the power of my master be great, according as thou hast spoken, saying, Yahweh is long-suffering and of great mercy, forgiving iniquity and transgression, and by no means, Israel, clearing the guilty. If you are teaching that we are under the covenant of the law today, if you are teaching that we are in the wilderness today, you are guilty of not confirming all that Yahweh has said. Deuteronomy 27:26. Cursed be he that confirms not all the words of the law and do them. It tells us, in finishing up the 18th verse, and Yahweh is long-suffering and of great mercy, forgiving iniquity and transgression, and by no means clearing the guilty, visiting Israel the iniquity of the fathers upon the children into the third and fourth generation. And those iniquities have truly been laid upon us because we were not the ones that broke the covenant in the land of promise. You have never been under the covenant of the law, because the covenant of the law was broken before you was born. And when you was born, you found yourself born in hell, not the land of promise. Pardon, I beg of thee, the iniquity of this people, according to the greatness of thy mercy. And as thou hast forgiven this people from Egypt even to now. Did y'all catch that? Your brother have asked a question for almost 20 years. And that question is, what sin did Yahweh accuse the children of Israel of committing while they were in Egypt sojourning for 430 years? Can you name one? You can't. And the reason why you can't is because of what is written in this 19th verse. Pardon, I beg of thee, the iniquity of this people, according to the greatness of thy mercy. And as thou hast forgiven this people, from where? From Egypt, even unto now. From Egypt to the wilderness, Israel was forgiven. Now they find themselves under the covenant of the law. They find themselves being rebellious, and Yahweh is about to judge them for their rebellion. And Moses is praying, and the judgment that was about to befall them was that he was going to destroy each and every one of our fathers except Moses and make a nation out of Moses. Why? Because Israel did not believe in their Creator, and they kept rebelling against him. Where at? In the enemy's land? Absolutely not. In the wilderness, under the covenant of the law. And Yahweh said, I have pardoned according to thy words, because our brother was humble enough to get on his knees and pray for us. But as truly as I live, and Yahweh lives forever, all the earth shall be filled with the glory of Yahweh. Because all those men which have seen my glory and my miracles, which I did in Egypt and in the wilderness, and have tempted me now these 10 times. Almighty merciful, long-suffering. It was over 10 rebellions, 10 transgressions, 10 sins before Yahweh wrath raised it up to where he wanted to destroy our fathers. It reads, these 10 times, and have not hearkened to my voice. If you do not confirm, acknowledge every word, it is a transgression. It is sin. Surely they shall not see the land which I swear unto their fathers, neither shall any of them that provoke me see it. But my servant Caleb, because he had another spirit with him. And like I said, the Almighty put another spirit on us. But Caleb and Joshua had even a greater spirit, because the spirit that was on our fathers, it became breached. The spirit was breached to where they would not hearken. Not so with Caleb and Joshua. Thus it reads in the 24th verse, but my servant Caleb, because he had another spirit with him, and have followed me fully. So there's two spirits. And if you search scripture, it lets us know that Yahweh is the Elohim of all spirits. And it also allows us to know that Yahweh will also put a lion spirit on us and on these prophets. But it also lets us know between the people there was two spirits. There was a spirit that caused the people to rebel and not hearken to all that Yahweh has said. And then there was the righteous spirit that will allow you to hearken and confirm and acknowledge every word. And guess what spirit got the people in? The spirit that hearkened and confirmed every word. Well, today, our brothers and sisters does not have the spirit of Caleb, because they are only acknowledging and confirming the words they want to acknowledge and confirm. you would never have made it in the land. And if you were in the wilderness today, you readily letting us know that you would not make it in the land, because you are teaching us to do things that Yahweh told us to do in the land only. So again, Israel, the 24th verse reads, but my servant Caleb, because he had another spirit, and I hope we all receive this spirit by the end of this presentation, that we will confirm every word, that we will follow Yahweh fully based on all that is written. Thus it say one more time in the 24th verse, but my servant Caleb, because he had another spirit with him and have followed me fully, him will I bring into the land whereinto he went, and his seed shall prosper, shall possess it. Now the Amalekites and the Canaanites dwelled in the valley. Tomorrow turn you and get you into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. And Yahweh speak unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, how long shall I bear with this evil congregation, because they refuse to believe him, which murmur against me? I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel, which they murmur against me. Say unto them, as truly as I live, said Yahweh, as ye have spoken in my ear, so will I do to you. Your carcasses shall fall in the wilderness, and all that were numbered of you according to your whole number, from 20 years old and upward, which have murmured against me, even though you thought you was murmuring against your brother, doubtless ye shall not come into the land. And many of our brothers and sisters saying we're going to be ashamed in the wilderness. And they got to make up their mind, because one minute they say we're in the wilderness, next minute they say we're going to be ashamed when we get there. But it lets us know, doubtless ye shall not come into the land, concerning which I swear to make you dwell therein, save, meaning except Caleb, the son of Yaphan, and Joshua, the son of Nun. But your little ones, which ye said should be a prey, them will I bring in. And many people teaching that in so many words. Today, if you're not following the multitude, they saying, well, you're going to die here. Or I would like to see what you say in the wilderness. And they speaking as if the only way that we're going to enter into the land is if we repent here and do what they tell us to do. Well, that ain't true. And that's the same as saying if you don't do it, then your children and all that's going to die in this wilderness, because that's where you say we at. Well, the Almighty said he got something for you. And this is what he says. The 31st verse reads, but your little ones, your children, which ye said should be a prey. And if you teaching that if you ain't keeping the law here and all that, then you teaching that we're going to be a prey here. It says, them will I bring in, and they shall know the land which ye have despised. And that is truly what's going on today. They won't say it like that, but their words and their acts show that they actually despise the land of promise. They will hurry up and say that is not your dwellings. They will despise the land of promise by saying your dwellings is wherever you are at. They are teaching that we are under the covenant of the law wherever we are at. Well, when you say those things and don't acknowledge all that Yahweh has said, you are actually despising the land. I don't even hear much talk from those men about the land because they don't understand it. How are you going to talk about the land? How are you going to teach us and your children about the land when you're teaching that you can do it wherever you are at? that's taking you away from the land of promise. Thus it reads again in the 31st verse, but your little one, your children, Israel, which ye said should be a prey, them will I bring in, and they shall know the land which ye have despised. But as for you, your carcasses, they shall fall in this wilderness, and your children shall wander in the wilderness 40 years. And please take note how long our fathers was in the wilderness. And our people teaching today that we in the wilderness. I guess we've been in the wilderness for 400 years. That has nothing to do with Israel being in the wilderness. By the law and by the testimony. If they come not according to these, it is only because there is no light in them. The 33rd verse, and your children shall wander in the wilderness 40 years and bear your whoredoms until your carcasses be waste in the wilderness. And what whoredoms would the children bear in the wilderness? Would the whoredom be what they did and practiced and did not do in America or Egypt or abroad? Or would their whoredom consist of what our fathers did once they entered under the covenant of the law, being freed in the wilderness? It is the latter, Israel. It tells us in the 34th verse, after the number of the days in which ye searched the land, even 40 days, each day for a year, shall ye bear your iniquities, even 40 years, and ye shall know my breach of promise. I, Yahweh, have said, I will surely do it. Yahweh is not a liar. And if you teach that you in the wilderness today, you're calling him a liar. It says, I, Yahweh, have said, I will surely do it. And to all this evil congregation that are gathered together against me. Where at? In the land of their enemies? In America? In Cincinnati? In Atlanta? In New York? In California? Absolutely not. It reads, in this wilderness they shall be consumed, and there they shall die. And the men which Moses sent to search the land, who returned and made all the congregation to murmur against him by bringing up a slander upon the land. And that's the same thing our brothers and sisters doing today. They done slandered the land of promise. They said the land of promise and the things that's supposed to be done in it can be done wherever you are at. They say, according to Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the 2nd verse, your dwellings is wherever you are at. And the only way they can come up with that if they despise the land. Because if you didn't despise the land, you will witness to your brothers and sisters all of their dwellings. But since you despise the land, you tell your brother and sister that their dwellings is wherever they are at. The 36th verse again, and the men which Moses sent to search the land, who returned and made all the congregation to murmur against him by bringing up a slander upon the land. Even those men that did bring up the evil report upon the land died by the plague before Yahweh. But Joshua, the son of Nun, and Caleb, the son of Yaphan, which were of the men that went to search the land, lived still. And Moses told these sayings unto all the children of Israel. And the people mourned greatly, because they have realized that they have erred by listening to their brothers and sisters. And they rose up early in the morning and got them up to the top of the mountain, saying, Lo, we be here, and we will go up into the place which Yahweh promised, for we have sinned. And Moses said, as your brother is saying now, our fathers have broken the covenant, and they have been judged and punished, and we are their children whose teeth are set on edge, needing to be saved out of Jacob's trouble. Let's wait on Yahweh, and let's fear Yahweh, and let's depart from evil while we wait. But we got brothers and sisters speaking in the same manner of Numbers, the 14th chapter. And they are saying the same thing. We be here. We all here today. We all think we Israel, and we can read, and they say when you know better, you do better. So the more you read, the more you're supposed to start doing. And use just the same words as that is rendered in the 40th verse, where it says, we be here, and we will go up into the place which Yahweh have promised, for we have sinned. And I have responded just like my brother Moses have responded, according to the 41st verse of the 14th chapter of Numbers. And Moses said, wherefore now do ye transgress the commandments of Yahweh? And I asked the same thing. I constantly showed that the covenant of the law is broken. We need to enter under a new covenant. So why are you trying to keep the Sabbath and the laws and all these things now? If we can show without a shadow of a doubt that the covenant of the law is broken, if we can show a shadow of a doubt that the Israelites are scattered on the four corners of the earth, why are you trying to do it now? And I say the same thing that is rendered in his 41st verse, for it reads again, and Moses said, wherefore now do ye transgress the commandment of Yahweh? But it shall not prosper. And all of these camps, all of these congregations, all of these churches, all of these so-called teachers have not prospered you. None of them has prospered. These congregations and camps and churches are like a revolving door. 15 come in, 25 goes out. You are character assassinated. You are ostracized. You are not treated fair. You are robbed by way of time. You shall not prosper. And these people keep telling you that they under the law and you're not. You going to hell. You going to have bad luck. You going to have this, that, and another. And they suffering the same thing you suffering. But they teach that they under the law. They in the same boat you in. They might be on the same job. They might be in the same situation that you in. The only thing different is what's coming out of their mouth. They in the same hell hole that you're in. But they under the law. And that is a lie. And Moses already said, ye shall not prosper. And they don't. Show me one that has prospered. Show me one that has been a recipient of the blessings that you find in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 1st to the 14th verse. For Yahweh reward the righteous. Isaiah 59, verse 1 and 2. His hand is not short, nor is his ear heavy. So if you were truly under the law as he commanded, and you was doing it, the Almighty promised us. He is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. All that he said should come to pass. He promised us that you will be blessed, that other nations will say, what a wise and understanding people is this, that have an Elohim so nigh unto them in all that they call upon him for. The Almighty said he has signs in the earth, and that would be a sign where you have never seen that sign since you've been in another man's land. Because Moses already told our fathers, wherefore now do you transgress? Our fathers already transgressed. You done found some knowledge. You found out what they did. And Moses asking us today, wherefore now do you transgress after you read all of this? The commandment of Yahweh. But it shall not prosper. He knew you was going to do it anyway. So he let you know it ain't going to prosper. And look what happened. And we see the same things happening among us this day. Even those that say they under the law. There's no prolonging of days. Many of these brothers that teach they under the law dying quicker than these Christians. Because you will not prosper. Thus it reads in the 42nd verse. Go not up, for Yahweh is not among you. And I'm saying the same thing. Don't do that. Yahweh is not among you, nor is you in the wilderness. That ye be not smitten before your enemy. Well, we got many people saying they under the law today, and they've been keeping the law, and they are smitten by the enemy on a daily. Because Yahweh promised you will not prosper if you do not hearken to all that he has said. What verse did I leave off with? It says in the 43rd verse, for the Amalekites and the Canaanites are there before you, and ye shall fall by the sword, because you are turned away from Yahweh. If you do anything other than what Yahweh said, it is a transgression. Turning to the left or the right is two other ways to do something other than what he has said. Because you are turned away from Yahweh, therefore Yahweh will not be with you. But they didn't hearken to their brother. They kept telling their brother, he don't know what he's talking about. Who anointed him? Who told him to confirm every word? So the next verse says, but they presume to go up into the hilltop. Nevertheless, the law ain't with them. It says, nevertheless, the ark of the covenant of Yahweh and Moses. So the law ain't going with them, and the man that's trying to warn them ain't going with them, and it reads, and Moses departed not out of the camp. Then the Amalekites came down, and the Canaanites, which dwelt in that hill, and smote them, and discomfited them, even into Harmeth. So it lets us know that they was defeated, that they didn't go up there and prosper, that they couldn't occupy the land. Matter of fact, they couldn't even make it back in the land. They had to die in the wilderness. And their children had to suffer their whoredoms, as we are doing this day. It also tells us, Israel, as our brother read in Psalms 95, I'll just read that 11th verse. You don't have to turn there, but I wanted to interject this verse in there, and that was Psalms 95:11, the same Psalm that our brother Yamin read for us today. Psalms 95:11, going with what I just said, it tells us, I'll read the 10th and 11th verse. It says, 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, because they refused to hearken to every word, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart. They got the wrong spirit. And they have not known my ways. Even though you call yourself reading this book, that don't mean you know it. That don't mean you understand it. Because if you understood it, you wouldn't do this and say the things that you do and say today. You would confirm and tell your brother and sister that we got to wait for Yahweh to be delivered out of this place, and then we will go under the bond of a new covenant. And then we will do all that Yahweh has said. And if you don't, then you will be purged out just like your fathers were in the wilderness, if you truly got light of this book. Thus it tells us in the 11th verse, and to whom, talking about those people that refuse to confirm and acknowledge every word, and to whom I swear in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest. Well, to enter into his rest, they had to come out of the wilderness. The wilderness was the route taken to the land of rest. And many of our fathers refused to hearken to the words of Yah, so they never made it into the land of rest. But instead, they died in the wilderness, not in their enemies' lands. They didn't die because they was a Christian and going to church. They died because they found themselves in the wilderness under the covenant of the law, refusing to confirm and acknowledge all that Yahweh said, to where they were not allowed to enter into my rest. One more quick place I would like to go to while we in the book of Numbers, which would be the 33rd chapter of Numbers. Another great place to go to show the route of Israel in the wilderness. And when we look at these routes that Israel was in the wilderness, we should know without a shadow of a doubt it is not us today, nor are we in the wilderness today. Numbers, the 33rd chapter. And it tells us in Numbers, the 33rd chapter, I will read some of this. I would like to read the first 4 verses of Numbers, the 33rd chapter. I advise you to read them all. I'm not that good in pronouncing all these names. Maybe y'all are a little better in pronouncing these names, so I advise you to read the whole chapter. I will read the first 4 verses, and then I will jump to the 50th verse to the 55th verse, or the 56th verse. Right now, we all should be at Numbers, the 33rd chapter, and I will read the first 4 verses, and it reads, these, and this is testimony, and it allows us to know that we're not in the wilderness. Nothing like what we're reading. It says, these are the journeys of the children of Israel, which went forth out of the land of Egypt. Please take note where your journey started, when you came out of the land of Egypt with their armies under the hand of Moses and Aaron, the same men that you constantly murmured against, even though you was murmuring against Yahweh. And Moses wrote their goings out according to their journey. Ain't that something? By the law and by the testimony. If they produce not these, it's only because there's no light. If you use the law correctly and the testimony, you can show all the light in the journeys of the children of Israel throughout this book. Thus it reads, and Moses wrote their goings out according to their journeys by the commandment of Yahweh, and these are the journeys according to their going out. And they departed from Ramses in the first month on the 15th day of the month, of the first month. And if you have read Exodus and understand this book, when you read the third verse, you knew exactly what it was talking about. Again, it says in the third verse, and they departed from Ramses in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month, on the morrow after the Passover, the children of Israel went out with a high hand in the sight of all the Egyptians. For the Egyptians buried all their firstborn, which Yahweh has smitten among them. And why did he kill them? Because he told them to let my son go that he may serve me. So it was so important that we leave the enemy's land to serve him that he killed their babies. That lets you know he ain't playing. It's only one way that you can serve him, and it's according to his voice. He said, let them out of the enemy's land that they can serve me. We got people teaching that we can serve him wherever we at. If that's the case, why the Almighty kill all them people babies? Think, Israel. It says, again in the fourth verse, for the Egyptians buried all their firstborn, which Yahweh has smitten among them. Upon their gods also Yahweh executed judgment. So he didn't just execute judgment on the people who we served and who afflicted us, but he also executed judgment on the gods of their imaginations. Just because they refused to let us go to serve him, and because that's what was promised and vision to Abraham. So again, it told us, for the Egyptians buried all their firstborn, which Yahweh had smitten among them. Upon their gods also Yahweh executed judgments on them, not us. Let us take a look at the 50th verse. And please read the whole chapter. It tells us in the 50th verse to the 56th verse, and it reads, and Yahweh spake unto Moses in the plain of Moab by Jordan near Jericho, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, when ye are passed over Jordan into the land of Canaan, you still in the wilderness, then ye shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their pictures, and destroy all their molten images, and quick pluck down all their high places, and ye shall depossess. Please take note, depossess, because you about to possess it. It says, and ye shall depossess their inhabitants of the land, and dwell therein. For I have given you the land to possess it. And ye shall divide the land by lot for an inheritance, because this is your dwellings among your families. And to the more ye shall give the more inheritance, and to the few you shall give the less inheritance. Every man's inheritance shall be in the place where his lot fell, your dwellings, Israel, according to the tribe of your fathers ye shall inherit. This is your dwellings, Israel. Don't let nobody take your dwellings away from you, your inheritance. Don't let nobody tell you that your inheritance is wherever in the hell you are at. Your inheritance is your dwellings. It was given you divinely by way of lot. No mistake whatsoever, because Yahweh is giving it to you. It says, but if ye will not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall come to pass that those which ye let remain of them shall be pricks in your eyes and thorns in your side, and shall vex you in the land wherein ye dwell. Is this it? Because they say this your dwellings. Then why these things ain't transpiring? Because this is not your dwellings. But the people that you supposed to dispossess, that when you didn't dispossess them, they became thorns and pricks in your eyes and thorns in your side. Moreover, it shall come to pass that I shall do unto you as I thought to do unto them. So the Almighty said, based on your disobedience, the things I thought to do unto them, I wind up doing to you, because you did not go in there and kill everything that breathed like I told you to. And when it's talking about the enemy, when it's talking about the gods, it's talking about the people that was in that land. Well, today, we find ourselves reading and teaching all out of the New Testament, and you got a brother that tell you to inquire not. Well, why do he teach you that? Because it's written in Exodus, in Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, the 30th to the 32nd verse. And that ain't the only place it's mentioned. But it denotes that the enemy or the gods were the gods of that land and the people of that land. So we wasn't to study and read books about the evil man and their God, because the Almighty told us not to. And he let us know there was no need to, because all the things that they did toward their gods was abomination. So you don't have to read and find out what abominations that you can find in the New Testament or the Quran or the Kiba Nagas or the Book of the Dead, because many times y'all try to trick the people and act like you for Yahweh, and you constantly jumping on your brother that's a Christian. Well, the Almighty talking about any type of abomination. Christianity ain't the only abomination on the earth. I don't see you studying the Book of the Dead. I don't see you studying about Satan and all that. It's literature out there. I don't see you studying that, trying to tell your people to stay away from that. You got your choice that you call yourself studying. And the Almighty telling me to tell you to inquire not. You are not waking up your brother and sister by taking them in the New Testament, showing them what Christ said. Matter of fact, you might keep them snared as you are snared. Because if you find yourself in the New Testament every week, you are snared. Even though you say you in there trying to wake up your brother and sister, you reading it and studying it every week, every day, you snared. The Almighty said, you want to inquire of him. You want to tell your brothers and sisters something that he disliked, all that's in your Holy Scripture. You don't have to go in the New Testament and talk about this lady and that man and all that mess. You only do that because that's where you came out of, and you are still snared. It also tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 1st chapter. The very next book. And Deuteronomy represents the 40th year of our wandering, not in our enemy's lands, but in the wilderness. And it tells us in the 40th year of our wandering in the wilderness. And we are bringing forth these truths. That way we can compare what is written and what was done in the wilderness to what is revealed and what is being done today. And you will find that there is no comparison whatsoever. And the only reason why there is no comparison is because we are not in the wilderness today. It tells us in Deuteronomy, starting at the very first verse of the very first chapter, which represent the 40th year. And it reads, "These be the words which Moses spake unto all Israel on this side of Jordan." Is they still in the wilderness? Absolutely, in the wilderness. And the plain over against the Red Sea, between Paran and Taphel and Leben and Hazeroth and Direct. There are 11 days' journey from Habri by the way of Mount Seir and to Kadesh Barnea. And it came to pass in the 40th year. Please take note that your brother don't add, nor will he ever take away. In the 11th month, on the first day of the month, that Moses spake unto the children of Israel, according to all that Yahweh have given him in commandment unto them. After he had slain Sihon, the king of the Amorites, which dwelt in Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, which dwelt at Astra and Edrei, on this side Jordan, in the land of Moab, began Moses to declare this law, saying, Yahweh our Elohim speak unto us in Habri, saying, Ye have dwelt long enough in this mount. And don't forget, if the puller didn't move, they didn't move. So the Almighty had them to dwell in that mount for a long time. It said it was long enough. Turn ye and take your journey and go to the mount of the Amorite, and into all the places night thereinto, in the plain, in the hill, in the vale, in the south, and by the seaside, to the land of the Canaanites, and into Lebanon, and to the great river, the river Euphrates. Behold, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess the land which Yahweh sware unto your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give unto them, and please take note, Israel, underline this, and to their seed after them. So your dwellings have already been promised, and your dwellings have always been in one geographical location. Unless you're going to lie, or unless you're going to say that Yahweh have lied to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and their seed. You are the seed. And I speak unto you at that time, saying, I am not able to bear you myself alone. And Yahweh your Elohim has multiplied you, and behold, ye are this day as the stars of heaven for multitude. And Yahweh Elohim of your fathers make you 1,000 times so many more as ye are, and bless you, please take note, the day you are cursed, as he have promised you. How can I myself alone, or how can I myself alone bear your commoners and your burdens and your strife? Take you wise men and understanding and known among your tribes, and I will make them rulers over you. And ye shall answer me and said, and ye answered me and said, the thing which thou hast spoken is good for us to do. So I took the chiefs of your tribes, wise men, and known, and made them heads over you, captains over thousands, and captains over hundreds, and captains over 50s, and captains over 10s, and officers among your tribes. And I charged your judges at that time, saying, hear the cause between your brethren, and judge righteously. And please take note, they're in the wilderness. They're about to enter into the land. You are teaching you are in the wilderness, and I think you're talking about going in the land, but at the same time, you have no judges, nor can you execute any judgment. It says, and judge righteously between every man and his brother and the stranger that is with him. Today, ain't no strangers with us. We are the stranger in the enemy's land. But not so with our fathers that found themselves in the wilderness. They had strangers among them. For a mixed multitude came out of Egypt, Israel. The 17th verse reads, ye shall not respect persons in judgment, but ye shall hear the small as well as the great. Ye shall not be afraid of the face of man, and many of you are, for the judgment is Elohim's, and the cause that is too hard for you, bring it into me, and I will hear it. Well, there is a controversy among Israel today, and all we can do is find ourselves having debates with one another, or find ourselves talking about each other on social media. That is not what was commanded, nor what you have found those things in the wilderness. It says, and I commanded you at that time all the things which you should do, dealing with the law of instructions. And when we departed from Horeb, we went through all that great and terrible wilderness, which ye saw by the way of the mountains of the Amorites, as Yahweh our Elohim commanded us. And we came to Kadesh Barnea, and I said unto you, ye are come into the mountain of the Amorites, which Yahweh our Elohim does give unto us. Behold, Yahweh thy Elohim has set the land before thee. Go up and possess it, as Yahweh Elohim of thy fathers have said unto thee. Fear not, neither be discouraged. And ye came near unto me, every one of you, and said, we will send men before us, and they will search us out the land, and bring us word again by what way we must go up, and to what city we shall come. And the saying pleased me. Well, and I took 12 men of you, one of a tribe. And they turned and went up into the mountain, and came into the valley of Eshcol, and searched it out. And they took of the fruit of the land in their hand, and brought it down into us, and brought us word again, and said, it is a good land, which Yahweh our Elohim does give us. It is the greatest land in the world, your dwellings, and you have sowed in giving up the greatest land in the world, your dwellings, for wherever you are at. Notwithstanding, ye would not give up, but rebelled against the commandment of Yahweh your Elohim. And ye murmured in your tents and said, because Yahweh hate us, he hath brought us forth out of the land of Egypt, to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites, to destroy us. Where shall we go up? Our brethren have discouraged our hearts, and that's what is going on today. When you teach that your dwellings is wherever you are at, when you teach that you can do that which is holy wherever you are at, you are actually discouraging the people that have their mind on the Holy One. And ye murmured in your tents and said, because Yahweh hated us, he hath brought us forth out of the land of Egypt to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites to destroy us. Where shall we go up? Our brethren had discouraged our hearts, saying the people is greater and taller than we. The cities are great and walled up to heaven. And moreover, we have seen the sons of the Akans there. Then I said unto you, dread not, neither be afraid of them. Yahweh your Elohim, which goes before you, he shall fight for you, according to all that he did for you in Egypt before your eyes, and in the wilderness, where thou hast seen how that Yahweh thy Elohim bare thee as a man does bear his son, in all the ways that ye went, until ye came into this place. Did y'all catch that? It told us that Yahweh was with our fathers all the way in the wilderness until they entered to that land. And today we got the audacity to tell our brothers and sisters that we in the wilderness today without Yahweh among us. Yet in this thing ye did not believe Yahweh your Elohim, and you don't believe him today. All the things that I show forth coming from his word, you don't believe it. And I know you don't believe it. Every time you teach that we are to do these things wherever we at, it proves, and you are witnessing against yourself that you do not trust nor believe in Yahweh. Yet in this thing ye did not believe Yahweh your Elohim, who went in the way before you to search you out a place to pitch your tents in, and fire by night, and showed you by what way ye should go, and in a cloud by day. And Yahweh heard the voice of your words, and was wroth, and swore, saying, surely there shall not one of these men of this evil generation see that good land, which I swear to give unto your fathers. And if you truly fear Yahweh, you should tremble at these words. You should think twice and 3 times before you try to teach somebody something that Yahweh did not say, because you might be considered as these people. Not right now, because you in the enemy's land. But when you get out of this enemy land, you might have that same spirit in the wilderness to where you might be the one purged. When you're pointing the finger at us, it tells us, save Caleb, meaning except Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, he shall see it, and to him will I give the land that he hath trodden upon, and to his children. Why? Because he hath wholly followed Yahweh, fully acknowledged and confirmed every word. The 37th verse reads, also Yahweh was angry with me for your sake, saying, thou also shall not go in tighter, because Moses spoke unadvisedly, because the children of Israel just kept hating on Yahweh. They kept despising his words. They kept refusing to hear what Yahweh said, and Yahweh and Moses spoke unadvisedly and said, "Come, drink, ye rebels." And I see brothers and sisters every day calling us rebels. Where they got a rebel teacher and the rebels teaching lawless and all that. And the only reason they speak like that because they don't know these words. If you truly knew these words, you would have reservation in calling Yahweh's children rebels. Because Moses is explaining right here that he wasn't able to enter into the land because he just said that one time, "Come drink ye rebels." And when you talk like that, you are not glorifying nor sanctifying the Most High. When we teach you all and confirming all, we are glorifying Yahweh. We are sanctifying Yahweh. We're not speaking like Moses. I'm not going to allow you to make me speak unadvisedly and tell you to come drink ye rebels. But you do it each and every day. Only because you don't believe in Yahweh and because you do not fear him. Because if you did, you will hold that in your tongue. For it tells us, "But Joshua, the son of Nun, will stand before thee. He shall go in tighter. Encourage him, Moses, even though you're not going, for he shall cause Israel to inherit it. Moreover, your little ones, which ye said should be a prey, and your children, which in the day had no knowledge," please take note, "between good and evil, they shall go in tighter, and to them will I give it." Please take note of the people that received it in the wilderness. They didn't have no knowledge at first until they entered that covenant. And he said, "And to them will I give it, and they shall possess it. But as for you, turn you and take your journey into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea." Then ye answered and said unto me, "We have sinned against Yahweh. We will go up and fight according to all that Yahweh our Elohim command us." It is too late. Once Yahweh tell you to do something, if the Almighty told you to take 3 steps, and you took 2 and said, "I'll take the next one tomorrow," you have transgressed. And when tomorrow comes, the Almighty going to send one to reprove you, and they're going to say, "Why now? Why is you trying to do it now?" It is too late, and it will not prosper you. And we have many witnesses on this earth that it has not profited them this day. It also tells us in the 42nd verse, "And Yahweh said unto me, Say unto them, Go not up, neither fight, for I am not among you." Numbers the 14th chapter. We just read it. "Go not up, neither fight, for I'm not among you, lest ye be smitten before your enemies. So I speak unto you, and ye would not hear, as our brothers and sisters are not hearing today, but rebelled against the commandment." And you are rebelling against the commandment. If the commandment tell us where to do all, and you say you could do it wherever you are at, you are rebelling against it, even in your teachings. And went presumptuously. That's what it is. Y'all keep the Sabbath presumptuously. You call yourself being under the covenant of the law that's broken presumptuously. Up into the hill. And let me hold this right quick, and let me confirm something that is found in the Psalms. I think it's the 19th chapter. Let me get there right quick. Yes, Psalms 19. And it tells us in Psalms 19, moreover, starting at the 11th verse, based on what we just read in Deuteronomy, the first chapter, the 43rd verse, talking about how the people do things presumptuously, and when they're doing it, it is a transgression against the command, where it tells us in Psalms 19, starting at the 11th verse, moreover, by them is thy servant warned. By what? By the laws, the judgments. It says, moreover, by them is thy servant warned, as I am warning you this day. In keeping of them, there is great reward. So if you were truly under the covenant of the law, you wouldn't be the cursed people on the earth. You wouldn't be the poorest sort. You would be the highest people on the earth. You'll be the blessed. But today, you teach you're under the covenant of the law, and no blessings is upon you. So that means you are not a recipient of the great reward. The 12th verse reads, who can understand his error? Cleanse thy me from secret faults. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sin. Presumptuous means you're doing something on your own. You erring without a cause. You don't even got a reason to do it. Let them not have dominion. Today, presumptuous sins is dominating our brothers and sisters. We are doing things presumptuously with no reason whatsoever. Besides, your brother told you so. Then, because if you are held back from doing those things as your brother and the multitude is teaching you to do presumptuously, it says, then shall I be upright, by confirming and acknowledging all and doing according to the instruction. It says, then shall I be upright, and I shall be innocent from the great transgression. Ain't that something? And as I say and pray each and every day, and before I do any presentation, it ends by saying, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Yahweh, my strength and my redeemer. So know, Israel, according to Deuteronomy, the first chapter, the 43rd verse, we cannot and we do not want to act presumptuously. Why do it now? If we understand that the covenant is broken, we must wait on our Creator to allow us to enter under the bond of the covenant again. Then we will do all that He has said, how He said it, when He said it, and where He told us to do it at. Before that happens, we must wait to be saved out of Jacob's trouble. It also tells us in the second chapter of Deuteronomy, I was going to read the 1st to the 25th verse, and it tells us, give us more detail in our flight and the flight that we endured in the wilderness and who we encountered in the wilderness. So it allows us to know more of the flight of us being in the wilderness. I was going to use this to also show that there is no comparison to us today and our fathers being in the wilderness, and it should allow us to know that there is no comparison only because we are not in the wilderness today. But you can write down the 2nd chapter, the 1st verse to the 25th verse. I would like to go to the 4th chapter of Deuteronomy. And it tells us in the 4th chapter of Deuteronomy, the 40th year of our wandering in the wilderness, it tells us in the very 1st verse. I read to the 14th verse, and it reads, Now therefore hearken, O Israel, unto the statutes and into the judgments which I teach you, for to do them, that ye may live and go in and possess the land which Yahweh Elohim of your fathers give you. And please take note of this 1st verse, because many people are teaching in darkness, and they are pointing out that, well, Israel kept the laws in the wilderness. So if Israel kept the laws in the wilderness, Israel can keep the laws wherever they are at. And that is absolutely incorrect. And again, we know why Israel kept the laws in the wilderness, because Yahweh commanded them so, and because Yahweh was among them. It says, again, the statutes and into the judgment which I teach you, for to do them, please take note where the law is supposed to be done, that ye may live and go in and possess the land which Yahweh Elohim of your fathers give you. And then it tells us something very, very, very important in the 2nd verse, and it reads, Ye shall not add into the word. Well, if the Almighty told us to keep the covenant of the law in the land that we possess, and we teach that we keep the covenant of law wherever we at, is that an add-on or not? Is your brother just assuming? Is he just making up things, or is the people actually adding? It tells us in warning, dealing with the law, urging obedience. It says, Ye shall not add into the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught. So when the scripture says, He that defiled the Sabbath day should die, you can't diminish it and say, oh, no, ain't nobody going to die today. You are diminishing. When the Almighty told us in the book of Numbers, the 15th chapter, that the hands of the people was to execute the judgment. When the Almighty told us in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, dealing with controversies of blood among brother and brother, blood and blood, strike and strike, it told us exactly where we're supposed to go. And it told us exactly who's supposed to render and execute the judgment. Well, today you're not. So you are either adding to this word, or you have diminished aught from it. But you call us the rebel. That ye may keep the commandments. You cannot keep the commandments when you add and take away of Yahweh, your Elohim, which I command you. Your eyes have seen what Yahweh did because of Baal Peor, for all the men that follow Baal Peor. And Yahweh, thy Elohim, have destroyed them from among you. But ye that did cleave, like we are cleaving today, to every word, and to Yahweh, your Elohim, are alive, every one of you this day. Behold, and a lot of times our brothers and sisters like to run to this chapter, but they skip straight over the 5th verse, intentionally, because look what it says. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments even as Yahweh my Elohim command me. We are only supposed to teach what Yahweh said, not what our brothers have came up with. We don't need logic and common sense from our brothers. And please note, common sense ain't always common. So the Almighty didn't tell us to lean on our brother's logic. The Almighty didn't tell us to lean on our brother's common sense. But instead he told us to cleave into him and all that he has said. And according to the 5th verse, it reads, Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as Yahweh my Elohim command me, that ye should do so in the land where you go to possess it. And every time I tell this to my brothers and sisters, they call me evil. And I hurry up and say, your murmuring is not against me, Israel. It is against your Creator, because I didn't write none of these words. But the 5th verse boldly tells anyone that have eyes and can see where the laws and the judgment and the statutes was to be done forever. And it was in the place that you possess, which is called your dwellings, the land of promise, your inheritance, Israel. You're not in your inheritance in the wilderness, nor is you in your inheritance being in another man's land. Keep therefore and do them in the land, Israel, for this is your wisdom. See, it is wisdom to know where to keep the law. That's what y'all missing. You don't know. The scriptures say even a fool is wise if he keep his mouth shut. So you're not showing your wisdom by opening up your mouth, telling your brothers and sisters that we're supposed to keep the laws wherever we at. The scripture tells us, according to the 6th verse of the 4th chapter of Deuteronomy, keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear. Now, why is they hearing? They would see it if you was actually in their land, but you in your own land, governing yourself by the covenant of the law, and they going to hear about it. All these statutes, and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. And it's truly wisdom to know what Yahweh said and to do all that he said in the place that he said. It is nothing but wisdom and understanding. For what nation is there so great who have Elohim so nigh into them as Yahweh our Elohim is in all things that we call upon him for? And what nation is there so great that have statutes and judgment so righteous as all this law which I set before you this day? Only take heed to thyself and keep thy soul diligently, lest I forget the things, and that's what you have done. You either forgot or you just don't know, which thy eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life. But teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons, especially the day that thou stood before Yahweh thy Elohim in Horeb in the wilderness, when Yahweh said unto me, gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they shall live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children. And ye came near and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire into the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. And Yahweh speaked unto you out of the midst of the fire. Ye heard the voice of the words, but saw no similitude, only ye heard the voice. And he declared unto you, as I am, his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments. And he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone. And Yahweh commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that ye might do them where? Even the 10 commandments. Where? In the land where you go over to possess it. If you add to this, if you diminish aught of it, you will be found a liar. And the Almighty got a man on this earth is more than willing and able to prove and to reprove you, to make you out of a liar. Try me. You will be found a liar, because it is revealed. The Almighty has already declared it from the end to the beginning. By the law and the testimony, you will be found a liar. It also tells us in the very next chapter, the 5th chapter, and we're going book after book, chapter after chapter. Nothing is changing, for Yahweh changed not. The only thing that have changed is our brothers and sisters teaching today, because they have either added or taken away. Well, in the 5th chapter, it tells us, and I'd like to read the first 6 verses of the 5th chapter of Deuteronomy. And it reads, And Moses called all Israel and said unto them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and judgments, which many of you say you can't do today, and I advise you not to, because you're going to wind up being killed yourself or in jail forever. It says, And judgments which I speak in your ears this day, that ye may learn them and keep and do them. Many of us ain't learned nothing, but you call yourself doing them. Yahweh our Elohim made a covenant with us in Horeb. Yahweh made not this covenant with our fathers, but with us, even us, who are all of us here alive this day. Talking about our fathers in the wilderness, not you and I. Yahweh made not this covenant with our fathers, but with us, even us, who are all of us here alive this day. Yahweh talked with you face to face, not me and you, but with our fathers in the mount out of the midst of the fire. I stood between Yahweh and you at that time to show you the word of Yahweh. For ye were afraid by reason of the fire, and went not up into the mount, saying, I am Yahweh thy Elohim, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. So the Almighty allowed us to know again that Yahweh is the one that brought us out. He brought us into the wilderness, and we entered under the bond of the covenant. The 22nd verse of this same chapter, and it reads, These words Yahweh speak into all of your assembly in the mount out of the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick darkness with a great voice. And he added no more, nor can you. He didn't say, well, if it don't work in the land, just do it in your enemy's land. That is you adding to his word. It says, These words Yahweh speak into all your assembly in the mount out of the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick darkness, with a great voice. For Yahweh's voice is great, and he added no more. And he wrote them in 2 tables of stone, and delivered them into me. And it came to pass, when ye heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, for the mountain did burn with fire, that ye came near unto me, even all the heads of your tribes and your elders. And ye said, Behold, Yahweh our Elohim have showed us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have seen this day that Elohim does talk with man, and he lives. Now therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us if we hear the voice of Yahweh our Elohim anymore, then we shall die. For who is there of all flesh that have heard the voice of the living Elohim speaking out of the midst of the fire, as we have, and live? Go thy near and hear. Please take note what our fathers agreed upon. See, you Johnny come lately, you are the children teeth that are set on edge. You ain't the ones that actually made this covenant. So you got to understand what your fathers said and what covenant was made. And what was said according to the 27th verse, go thy near and hear all that Yahweh our Elohim shall say, and speak thy unto us all as I do, that Yahweh our Elohim shall speak unto thee, and we will hear it and do it. So everything that Yahweh said to our fathers in the wilderness, we agreed upon. That is all that consists of the covenant of the law. Every word. And look at the response of our Creator. For the 28th verse says, and Yahweh heard the voice of your words when ye speak unto me. And Yahweh said unto me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken unto thee. They have well said. So to agree, to do, and confirm, and to acknowledge and witness all that Yahweh said, that is great. To add or to diminish is evil. You can't be wiser than the Creator. If the Almighty said tithes is to be paid from your land in Jerusalem every year, and then it tells you the year of time is the 3rd year, you cannot be wiser than your Creator and tell us, well, just pay it every week. You have added. You have diminished. And you have also tried to become holier than Yahweh, for you have brought forth your own instructions. Yahweh ain't said one word about every week. He ain't said one word about paying your income for tithes in a congregation or in a class or in a camp or in a church. All of those are your words, and you have spoken those words presumptuously. It tells us, Israel, we that have eyes and can see and ears that can hear, it tells us in the 29th verse, oh, that there was such a heart in them, that they would fear me. And many of you do not have that heart nor that spirit to fear Yahweh. That's why you have boldly and presumptuously taught what you teach without the fear of your Creator. Oh, that there was such an heart in them, that they would fear me and keep all, not some, not the best you can. The best you can is an admittance that you have not done all. But here it says, and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them and with their children forever. Go, say unto them, get you into your tents again. But as for thee, Moses, stand thou here by me, and I will speak unto thee all, not some. I didn't tell you to tell them some. I didn't tell you to tell them that they can do some in their land and some wherever they at. It says all the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them. Where at, Yahweh? Do you change? It says, in the land which I give them to possess. Yahweh changes not, Israel. Your brothers and sisters change every day. It says in the 32nd verse, ye shall observe to do, therefore, as Yahweh your Elohim command you. And that's all I'm teaching. Where Yahweh commanded our fathers to do everything. Ye shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. Those are two places that you can go to err. And the Almighty don't want you to err. So he said, don't turn to the left. Don't turn to the right. Keep straight on all that I said. But our foolish brothers today have turned to the left. They have turned to the right. They have went up and they have came down with darkness. It tells us in the 33rd verse, ye shall walk in all, not some, not the best you can, and all the ways which Yahweh your Elohim has commanded you, that ye may live, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days. Where at? In America? Doing the best we can? Absolutely not. In the land which ye shall possess. And again, Israel, our brothers and sisters disagree. They say, well, they did it in the wilderness. They don't want to acknowledge that Yahweh was among them. They don't want you to acknowledge that Yahweh commanded you to do those things in the wilderness. And they don't want to acknowledge that Yahweh commanded you, our fathers, to do those things in the wilderness to test them, to see if they will actually do them in the land that they possess, which is none other than your dwellings. Let us turn to the 8th chapter of Deuteronomy and read the first 3 verses, which should help many of our brothers that keep on bringing up the wilderness and keep on saying, well, we could do it today because our fathers did it in the wilderness. Y'all keep saying that all the laws are supposed to be done in the land that we possess, but we can show you they did it in the wilderness. And I agree, because we confirm every word. We just don't agree with your understanding, but we confirm every word. And we're about to confirm it again. For it tells us in the 8th chapter of Deuteronomy, the first 3 verses, and it reads, all, not some, all the commandments which I command thee this day shall ye observe to do, that ye may live and multiply. And the people read this here and say, well, right here, we got them, because it said that they got to do it. They got to do it that they may live and multiply and go in and possess the land. Well, let's stop. Because if that's true, then they should have a law and they should have a testimony. It's not true, nor is their understanding keen on what Yahweh said. Because when you look at the first verse again, it denotes Israel being free. It denotes Israel being under the covenant. It denotes that Yahweh is among them. And it denotes that Yahweh is commanding them to do those things. And it's also going to let us know why. For it reads again in the first verse. All the commandments which I command thee this day shall ye observe to do, that ye may live and multiply. And we know that to be true because many people died in the wilderness because of their rebellion. That ye may live and multiply and go in and possess the land. Don't forget, we're on a journey. And our journey is from the wilderness to the promised land. It says and go in and possess the land which Yahweh sware unto your father. That land is none other than the promised land, which is commonly called the land of Canaan or Palestine. It is your dwellings, Israel. The second verse reads, and thou shalt remember all the way, this journey that your brother just been taking you chapter and verse to show you the journey that your fathers took. It says, and thou shalt remember all the way which Yahweh thy Elohim led thee these 40 years in the wilderness. To do what, Yahweh? To humble thee and to test thee, to know what was in thy heart, whether thou would keep his commandments or no. So the reason why our fathers found themselves keeping some of the laws in the wilderness because Yahweh was among them, because Yahweh commanded them so, and because they were being tested to see if they would keep the commandments or not. That have nothing to do with you and I today. And if you call yourself being in the wilderness today, you have failed the test. The third verse reads, and he humbled thee and suffered thee to hunger and fed thee with manna which thou knowest not. Neither did thy fathers know, that he might make thee know that man does not live by bread only, but by every word. And if you want to live, you got to confirm every word. It says, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of Yahweh does man live. If you want to be righteous, it got to be based on every word. If you want to keep the Sabbath, if you want to be under the covenant of the law, it got to be based on every word. Or you ain't living nothing. It also tells us in the 9th chapter, I'm going to read probably one or two more out of the book of Deuteronomy, and then I'm going to end it with a few testimonies of these laws that we just read about. But before I go there, let's take another quick look in the 9th chapter. And it tells us in the 9th chapter of Deuteronomy. And I will start let's start at the 3rd verse. Due to time restraint, I'm going to need to skip over a couple of verses to get everything in. Please read the whole chapters to get good understanding of what your brother is bringing forth and what your Creator has said to our fathers in the wilderness. But it tells us in the 3rd verse of the 9th chapter of Deuteronomy, understand therefore this day that Yahweh thy Elohim is he which goeth over before thee as a consuming fire. He shall destroy them, and he shall bring them down before thy face. So shall thou drive them out and destroy them quickly, as Yahweh hath said unto thee. Speak not thy in thy heart, after that Yahweh thy Elohim hath cast them out from before thee, saying, for my righteousness. And that's what many people are teaching. They teaching that you can't even get in the land without your righteousness, without you doing something. They say what the people that's teaching us under Brother Samuel is saying, that they teaching, or they saying that they're going to receive something without any works. Well, the only works that you got today is to try to survive this. Because the remnant will represent those that are alive. So you don't have no works that will bring forth you righteousness today, not based under the law, for it tells us in the 4th verse, speak not in thy heart, after that Yahweh thy Elohim have cast them out from before thee, saying, for my righteousness Yahweh have brought me in to possess this land. And this is dealing with our fathers in the wilderness, freed, redeemed, salvation given to them. These are the people that's talking about they going in the land for their righteousness. Not a bunch of people in captivity. Not a bunch of people that don't even know what the book says. Not a bunch of people that's learning on the go. You learning stuff, hopefully, every day and every week. Well, these people already been taught it. And they are being punished or rewarded based on their doings because they already know it. We don't even know it. Many of us, should I say. Thus it says again in the 4th verse, speak thy not in thy heart, after that Yahweh thy Elohim have cast them out from before thee, saying, for my righteousness, and don't forget, according to Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, the 27th verse, I think it was, where it was talking about your righteousness. So they were allowing us to know that the righteousness came by way of the law. And that righteousness you don't have today because you are not under the law, nor have you ever done all that Yahweh has said. I heard it out your own mouth when you said we're doing the best we can. That is a admitting that you are not doing all that he has said. Thus it says, Yahweh had brought me in, finishing up that 4th verse, in to possess this land, but for the wickedness of these nations, Yahweh does drive them out from before thee. Not for thy righteousness, or for the uprightness of thy heart. I don't care how righteous you think you is. Does thy goals to possess their land. But for the wickedness of these nations, Yahweh thy Elohim does drive them out from before thee, and that he may perform the word which Yahweh sweared unto Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Understand, therefore, that Yahweh thy Elohim give thee not this good land to possess it for thy righteousness, for thy art a stiff-necked people. Remember and forget not how thou provoked Yahweh thy Elohim to wrath in the wilderness, from the day that thou did depart. Please take note. Almighty ain't saying nothing about when you was in there. He said from the day that thou did depart out of the land of Egypt until ye came into this place, which is the wilderness. Ye have rebelled against Yahweh. Please circle that verse, because it's the same today. The Almighty is not going to accuse you of how you lived in hell. He's going to accuse you the day he deliver you out of hell and give you his word, and you disobey it, you're going to be accused. You're going to be purged. For Yahweh changed not. He required that which is past, and he have told us. He have declared the end to the beginning Israel. Please circle that verse. Also in Harbury, ye provoked Yahweh to wrath, so that Yahweh was angry with you to have destroyed you again in the wilderness. When I was gone up into the mount to receive the tables of stone, even the tables of the covenant, which Yahweh made with you, and there it is. Please circle that verse, because that allows you to know when the covenant was made with you, when you came out of Egypt. When Moses went up on the mount and brought back the 10 Commandments, the covenant was made in stone, written by the finger of your Elohim. But we teach we under the covenant now. Ain't that something? When Moses threw down the tablets and broke them, was Israel under the covenant still, or did Moses have to go back up and get 2 more sets? Please answer that to yourself. Or you can answer it after the presentation, because I might ask that. That's a great question to understand. It tells us, finishing up the 9th verse, I abroad in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. I neither did eat bread nor drink water. And Yahweh delivered unto me 2 tables of stone, written with the finger of Elohim. And on them was written according to all the words, not some of the words, but all the words, which Yahweh speak with you in the mount out of the midst of the fire in the day of the assembly. And it came to pass at the end of the 40 days and 40 nights that Yahweh gave me 2 tables of stone, even the tables of the covenant. And Yahweh said unto me, Arise, get thee down quickly from thence, for thy people which thou hast brought forth out of Egypt have corrupt themselves. Not corrupt themselves in America, not corrupt themselves in Babylon, not corrupt themselves in Egypt, but after they came out, have corrupt themselves. They are quickly turned aside out of the way which I command. That's how you corrupt yourself. That's why we corrupt today. They have made them molten images. Furthermore, Yahweh speak to me, saying, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. It also tells us in the 10th chapter, and please read that whole chapter of the 9th, just like I would advise you to read the whole chapter of the 10th. But I would like to start at the 10th chapter, starting at the 12th verse, and it tells us what Yahweh requires. And it reads, starting at the 12th verse, And now, Israel, what does Yahweh thy Elohim require of thee? But to fear, and they teach, fear Yahweh and depart from evil ain't nothing. They teach if you ain't keeping the covenant of the law, all that mess y'all talking about fearing Yahweh and departing from evil don't mean nothing. And if you read this scripture diligently, you will find to fear Yahweh throughout the entire scripture, even before the law was given and after the law was given. It tells anyone that have eyes and can see, fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Anyone. But here, when the children of Israel were still in the wilderness, being told what to do in the land that they're going to possess, which was none other than their dwellings, it tells us in the 12th verse, And now, Israel, what does Yahweh thy Elohim require of thee? But to fear Yahweh thy Elohim, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, to keep the commandments of Yahweh and his statutes, which I command thee this day for thy good. Behold, the heavens and the heavens of heavens is Yahweh's, thy Elohim, the earth also, with all that therein is. Only Yahweh had a delight in thy fathers, to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you above all people as it is this day. Circumcise, therefore, the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. For Yahweh your Elohim is a Elohim of deities, the master of masters, a great Elohim, a mighty and a terrible, which regard not persons nor take reward. He does execute the judgment of the fatherless and the widow, and love the stranger in giving him food and raiment. Love ye, please take note, Israel, love ye therefore the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Just like your brother said, you are a stranger in this land. Thou shalt fear Yahweh thy Elohim, him shalt thou serve, and to him shalt thou cleave, and swear by his name, which I do. He is thy praise, he is thy Elohim, that have done for thee these great and terrible things which thy eyes have seen. Thy fathers, letting us know Yahweh changed not. Let us know he's dealing with the same people that came out of Egypt, that was freed, and they entered into the covenant. It says, thy fathers went down into Egypt with 70 persons, 70 people. And now Yahweh thy Elohim have made thee as the stars of heaven for multitude. Also, I hate to get out of here. I want to go one more place, and that's right here in the 11th chapter. In the 11th chapter, I think we have enough time. In the 11th chapter, I seen on social media, one of my brothers and sisters was witnessing for Yahweh based on what we teach. And one of the brothers came out and they told them that they ain't reading good and they missing something, and go in Deuteronomy, the 11th chapter, and read it slowly and maybe you'll catch it. And what they was trying to insinuate that my brother was missing was where Israel was to keep all the law. So they thought when you read the first couple verses of Deuteronomy 11th chapter, it would allow my brother that he was speaking with, I ain't trying to say no names because it ain't no sense in it. I'm not gonna give the brother no type of glory for his arrogancy and him being in error. So I won't mention his name. Many people that have been on social media and see who I be talking to, they know exactly what I'm talking about. But it tells us in the 11th chapter, I guess they wanted us to read the first couple of verses where it says, therefore thou shalt love Yahweh thy Elohim and keep his charge and his statutes and his judgment and his commandments always. So when they read something like that, they're not taking in consideration all that Yahweh said. They just read always, or they read forever, or they read perpetual and run with that. When we can show other things that Yahweh has said forever and perpetual, and those things are not here either. So it allows us to know there's a meaning to forever and perpetual. Well, the second verse says, and know ye this day, for I speak not with your children, which have not known, and which have not seen the chastisement. Well, we don't know it. We learn it through the book, and we sure have not seen the chastisement. We waiting on it. And he's talking about the chastisement against the enemy. It says, and know ye this day, for I speak not with your children, which have not known, and which have not seen the chastisement of Yahweh, are your Elohim, his greatness, his mighty hand, and the stretched out arm that he put upon Pharaoh, that our fathers witnessed with their own eyes, and his miracle, and his acts, which he did in the midst of Egypt, and to Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, and all his land. Well, I don't see what they're trying to get out of this, and all you had to do is keep reading. That's why today I wanted to read Deuteronomy, the 11th chapter, starting at the 8th verse. And let's find out, do Yahweh change? Out of all the chapter and verses we just gave that was given to our fathers in the wilderness, let's see, did Yahweh change? For it tells us in the 8th verse, therefore shall ye keep all the commandments which I command you this day, that ye may be strong and what? Go in and possess the land, whether ye go to possess it. So far, Yahweh ain't changed. And that ye may prolong your days. Where at? In America? Maybe in Atlanta. Maybe in Cincinnati. It says, in the land which Yahweh sware unto your fathers, to give unto them and to their seed, a land that floweth with milk and honey. For the land whether thy goes in to possess, which is none other than your dwellings, possess it is not as the land of Egypt from which ye came out. Where thy sowest, so it lets us know that it's not the land that we are to do all that Yahweh said, is not like the land that you find yourself in today. It is not as the land of Egypt from whence ye came out, where thou sowest thy seed, and water it with thy foot as a garden of herbs, as you do today, as our fathers and them did here in America for the first 200 years, chattel slavery. But the land where ye go to possess it is a land of hills and valleys and drinking water of the rain of heaven, the greatest land of all the lands on this earth. A land which Yahweh thy Elohim cared for, and he the one that created it. So if he says the greatest land, it's the greatest land. And you don't want to give up your dwellings for any land. A land which Yahweh thy Elohim cares for. The eyes of Yahweh thy Elohim are always upon it. That's why our fathers got kicked off of it for defiling the Sabbath, because Yahweh seen it. From the beginning of the year even into the end of the year. And it shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently. Please take note. I got to have you pay attention to this, because this will help us know if we under the law today, if we was ever commanded to keep the laws in another man's land. Because if so, what Yahweh is about to say will apply to that land. Let's read. It says, a land which Yahweh thy Elohim cared. No, where did I leave off at? The 13th verse. And it shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently unto my commandments, which I command you this day, to love Yahweh your Elohim, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain. Look at the reward. And please ask yourself, those that say they under the covenant of the law and been keeping it, please ask yourself, have these things ever befell you? And your answer will be no, because the Almighty going to tell you exactly where they will befall one that's doing the covenant of the law. For it reads in the 14th verse, that I will give you rain of your land, not your enemy's land, in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn and thy wine and thy oil. He ain't talking about what our fathers and them did the first 200 years here, picking cotton and all that. The Almighty is not talking about that. And I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Take heed to yourself, that your heart be not deceived by adding and taking away, and ye turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. And then Yahweh's wrath be kindled against you, and he shut up the heaven, that there be no rain, and that the land yield not her fruit, and lest ye perish quickly from off the good land which Yahweh give you. Point blank. It allows us to know these words was only supposed to be done in the land that you possess, and the rewards, the caring for by your Creator, the farmer and the latter rain was only promised to fall on your land in obedience. And it says, the 17th verse, I think I was. It says in the 17th verse, the end of the 17th verse, ye shall perish quickly from off the good land which Yahweh give you. Therefore shall you lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes, and ye shall teach them to your children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thy house, and upon thy gates, your gates, not department gates, not the project gates, but your gates of your house in your land, that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children in the land, Israel, which Yahweh sware unto your fathers to give them, as the days of heaven upon the earth. For if ye shall diligently keep all these commandments, which I command you to do them, to love Yahweh your Elohim, to walk in all his ways, and to cleave unto him, then will Yahweh drive out all these nations from before you, out of your land, and ye shall possess greater nations and mightier than yourself. So again, Israel, Yahweh changed not. Whatever he wanted us to read in Deuteronomy 11 slowly, I don't get it. He should read the whole chapter slowly and realize that Yahweh changed not. All of these great words were given to our fathers to govern themselves in their own dwellings, in their inheritance, in the land that Yahweh cared for. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures, there's a few other points I wanted to bring in. I might have to pass them up. Let us go to Jeremiah, the 31st chapter. I'm going to use Jeremiah 31. And then I would like to go straight to Ezekiel 20. And we'll use those in closing because it's almost 9 o'clock. It's more information than I really wanted to give out today due to time restraint. But it's a conclusion of this subject matter, so I definitely want to add these in. Let us turn our scripture to Jeremiah 31 right quick. Because we have just taught that Israel is not in the wilderness, nor is Israel under the covenant of the law. Well, in the book of Jeremiah, the 31st chapter, it will confirm the same thing. And when we get to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, it's going to confirm the same thing. And it's going to allow us to know when Israel will wind up being back in the wilderness. And when they do, they will be free. Well, first, let's go to Jeremiah 31. And it tells us in Jeremiah 31, I like to start reading at the 27th verse. And I like to read to the 34th verse. it tells us in the 27th verse, behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will sow the house of Israel and the house of Yehudah with the seed of man and with the seed of beast. And it shall come to pass that like as I have watched over them to pluck up, and that's how we are today. Our fathers have been plucked up because they broke the covenant. And plucked up from where? Plucked up from their dwellings, plucked up from their inheritance, plucked up from the land that they were to possess. Thus it says, again, and it shall come to pass that like as I have watched over them to pluck up and to break down and to throw down and to destroy and to afflict, so will I watch over them to build and to plant, said Yahweh. So right now we are under the first part. We're not under the build and plant yet. We're under the breaking down, the throw down, the destroy, and to afflict. But it tells us in the 29th verse, in those days they shall say no more, the father have eaten a sour grape. And the father was the one that ate the sour grape that caused the covenant to be broken. But it told us, in those days they shall say no more, the father have eaten sour grape, and the children's teeth are set on edge, but everyone shall die for his own iniquity. Every man that eat the sour grape, his teeth shall be set on edge. Behold, the days come, future prophecy, said Yahweh, that I will make a new covenant. Why is a new covenant being made if the old one is not broken? And we got examples of that. When Moses went up on the mount, the people rebelled. They built the golden calf. Yahweh had Moses to break the covenant. Well, he couldn't pick that up and start it over again. He had to go back to Yahweh. Yahweh had to make him another covenant, and we had to adhere to that covenant. Well, that's the same with what you're reading here. The covenant is broken, and it's going to stay broken till Yahweh make another covenant with you and I. For it reads, behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Yehudah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt. Please take note, when Israel entered into the covenant, it wasn't in Egypt, it was when he brought them out, which my covenant they break. Although I was, past tense, a husband unto them, said Yahweh, but this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days. After what days? After the plucking up, after the breaking down, after the throwdown, after being destroyed, and after the affliction. It says, what verse I left off? It says, but this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, said Yahweh. I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their hearts, and will be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. These things have not happened yet, only because we find ourselves in the land of our enemies and not under the covenant. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor, as we teach every day. As you see your brothers and sisters terribly teaching on social media. But the Almighty said if we were under the covenant of the law, you wouldn't find yourself on social media telling them to know Yahweh, for it tells us, and they shall teach no more every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, know Yahweh, for they shall all know me, from the least of them and to the greatest of them, said Yahweh, for I will forgive. Please take note. When Yahweh brings you out of Jacob's trouble, you are forgiven. He is not judging you. You are forgiven. It says, for I will forgive. It says, for I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sins no more. And this is a great way to prove that we are not under the covenant of the law today, nor in the wilderness. Let us turn our scriptures to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, real quick. Another proof based on the law and these testimonies that Israel is not in the wilderness today, nor under the covenant of the law. For it tells us in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, and I'll go straight to the point. We already read the 33rd verse, so let's start at the 34th verse of Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. And the 34th verse tells us this: we that have eyes and can see, and I will bring you out from the people, wherever you at, wherever you scattered at, and will gather you out of the countries wherein you are scattered, with a mighty hand, and with a stretched out arm, and with fury pulled out. And I will bring you into the wilderness of the people. So to be in the wilderness, you got to be brought by your Creator. We can't just go together. We can't just say, well, let's assemble ourselves and march into the wilderness, because you will not prosper. To be in the wilderness, to represent freedom and salvation and redemption, Yahweh must bring us to the wilderness. And there will I plead with you face to face. How did Yahweh plead with our fathers face to face? Did we not see the fire? Did we not hear the trumpets? Did we not see the darkness and the smoke? And then we heard the voice, and then it was asked, who have seen the face of Yahweh and heard the voice of Yahweh and lived? So the Almighty is saying that he's going to do the same thing that he did for our fathers. Thus it read again, and I will bring you, the 35th verse, and I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there will I plead with you face to face. Like, in case you don't understand what that means, like as I plead with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt, so will I plead with you, said Yahweh Elohim, and I will cause you to pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant, until you are brought under the rod and into the bond of the covenant. You cannot be under the covenant of the law, Israel. How are you going to outstep the Most High? The Almighty told us exactly how you will be brought back under the covenant. Well, we got people teaching we under the covenant today, and these things have not transpired. Again, the 37th verse reads, and I will cause you to pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant, and I will purge out from among you the rebels. Now, when is the rebels? Is the rebels in America, or are the rebels going to be found in the wilderness? Where was the rebels found in our fathers' day? In Egypt or the wilderness? So y'all can stop all that rebel mess once you get true understanding what a rebel is. For again it tells us, Israel, and I will purge out from among you the rebels and them that transgress against me. Well, when did our fathers transgress against Yahweh? In Egypt or in the wilderness? In the wilderness. And it says, I will bring them forth out of the country. So you're not rebelling against him in the country because he brought you out. Your rebellion is going to be in the wilderness. It says, I'm going to plead with you like I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness. I will bring them forth out of the country where they sojourn, and they shall not enter into the land, nor did our fathers, according to Psalms 95, verse 11, and according to Deuteronomy 1, and according to Numbers 14. They shall not enter into the land of Israel, and ye shall know that I am Yahweh. One more place that I would love to go to in closing, that will be Ezekiel, the 39th chapter. Ezekiel, the 39th chapter, and I'll close on this note due to time restraint. Open up for comments and questions. It tells us in Ezekiel, the 39th chapter, I'll start at the 21st verse and read to the 29th verse and close on this note. And it tells us in the 21st verse of the 39th chapter of Ezekiel, and it reads, and I will set my glory among the heathen. We are his glory. And all the heathen shall see my judgment. We have already been judged. We are not waiting to be judged. We are waiting to be saved out of Jacob's troubles. It tells us that I have executed in my hand that I have laid upon them. So the house of Israel should know that I am Yahweh, the Elohim, from that day and forward. And the heathen shall know that the house of Israel went into captivity, please take note, for their iniquity. We ain't in captivity because of what you doing today. We in captivity for the transgression of the law in our own land. Thus it reads one more time, and the heathen shall know that the house of Israel went into captivity for their iniquity, because they trespassed against me. Therefore hid I my face from them, and gave them into the hand of their enemies, as we are today. So fell they by the sword. According to their uncleanness and according to their transgression have I done unto them, and hid my face from them. Therefore, thus said Yahweh Elohim, now will I bring again the captivity of Jacob, and have mercy upon the whole house of Israel, and will be jealous for my holy name. After that they have borne or carried their shame and all their trespasses whereby they have trespassed against me, when they dwelt safely in their land, please take note, Yahweh even denotes where you sinned at, and none made them afraid, when I have brought them again from the people, and gathered them out of their enemy lands, and am sanctified in them in the sight of many nations, then and only then shall they know that I am Yahweh their Elohim, which caused them to be led into captivity among the heathen. But I have gathered them. They didn't gather themselves. I have gathered them into their own land, and had left none of them any more there. And he's not. He's going to bring us all out of the land of our enemies. We just going to wind up being in the wilderness of the people. Then you have your opportunity to show Yahweh your faithfulness and make it in the great land of promise. But if you rebel, if you rebel as your fathers did, the scripture tells us, and we just read in Ezekiel the 20th chapter, you will be purged, just like our fathers were. In closing, it tells us in the 29th verse, neither will I hide my face any more from them, for I have poured out my spirit. When he saved us, he put a different spirit on us. Poured out my spirit upon the house of Israel, said Yahweh Elohim. I will close on this note, open up for comments and questions due to time restraint. I hope y'all enjoyed the presentation. Come to the same conclusion that Israel is not under, that is, they are not in the wilderness today, nor are they under the covenant of the law. Hallelujah and Shalom Israel. Is there any comments or questions?
Hallelujah. Shalom
Hallelujah.
Israel.
Is there any comments or questions?
Shalom. This is Brother Yamin from Cincinnati, Ohio. I have a comment. Excuse me?
No, I just said hallelujah. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, hallelujah. I think it was a beautiful presentation, and I think a very great distinction was made from the clean and the unclean, from keeping the law in the land and being clean and being kicked out of the land as far as being the unclean. So it's a beautiful presentation, my brother.
Hallelujah, and that's great observance, because we were definitely trying to make a distinction to show that the unclean was in the enemy land. When we made it in the wilderness, we was clean again. We was clean with a whole different spirit. And I'm glad you peeped that distinction that we was trying to make, because there is a distinction between that which is holy and that which is profane. Is there any other comment? Is there any other comments or questions? Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions? I know y'all done heard our brothers and sisters teach that we're in the wilderness. I know that y'all battle with brothers and sisters each and every day that accuse y'all for not keeping the covenant of the law that is broken in your enemy's lands. So let's hear your comments. Let's hear your thoughts on this matter, because it's truly a deep matter to understand, because we are fighting against our own brothers and sisters. And the Almighty said if there was a controversy between brother and brother, blood and blood, that it was a certain place that we would bring that controversy up under the law. Well, today they teach that we're under the law, but you can't find that place. It only denotes that you are not under the covenant of the law. So all we can do today is discuss these things among ourselves. Is there any comments or questions?
This brother Steve from Mississippi. Great teachers always, sir. Great teachers always.
Thank you for the comment. I said I was going to put down a question, and the question was, I'll ask you, Brother Cephas. There was 2 tablets of stone given to Moses, and those stones represented the covenant of the law. And before Moses came down to deliver us the word of Yah, the children of Israel had already broken the law, and they had committed adultery by making a golden calf. My question is, when the covenant of the law was broken, and it was shown that it was broken by Moses throwing them down, was the children of Israel still under the covenant, or did Moses have to go up and get the covenant reestablished, remade, and then brought back to the people?
They were not under the covenant at that time. Once they had broken the covenant, Moses had to go back and get those tablets and bring them back under the covenant?
Absolutely. And the only reason I wanted someone to answer that question, because that's also is compared to today. If the covenant was broken before we was born, we must wait on Yahweh to make a new covenant with us. And we just read that in Jeremiah, the 31st chapter. So it allows us to know that you cannot re-enter into a broken covenant that Yahweh made with you. He got to reestablish the covenant with us. He don't make a covenant with us, then we break it and we say we want to reestablish when we want to. We ain't the higher power. We ain't the maker. We ain't the Almighty, so we got to wait on the Almighty. And they had to wait on the Almighty. Moses went back up another 40 days and another 40 nights. They had to wait that time. Unfortunately, we waiting way longer than 40 days and 40 nights, but the point still remains. The children of Israel had to wait on Moses to come back down to give them that law. So do we today. We got to wait on the Almighty to give us that law again.
I just brought some here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is Brother Benaiah. Okay, question. When Israel broke the covenant, but did they agree to it before he actually brought the covenant down? So by agreeing to it, would that be active?
Well, it's active because the Almighty started talking to see what we just brought out was Exodus, the 34th chapter. The Almighty made the covenant far as the 10 Commandments in Exodus, the 20th chapter. So we already heard that. And one of the first commandments is thou should have no other God or make no other God before Yahweh. Well, they did. So they broke that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
So they knew it. They already knew it.
Because
Exodus 20. Exodus 20 is before Exodus 34. Yes, they agreed to it. And a lot of people think they didn't agree to it. And also, you got Exodus, the 24th chapter, which represents the blood of the covenant. So there go the great agreement right there. That's still before Exodus, the 34th chapter, before they made the golden calf.
Mm-hmm.
So we was in agreement. We should have been in agreement regardless. Why? Because you were just saved. That's why we ordered. See, we are ordered to serve Yahweh, to love him, to give him the glory, because he saved us.
That's right.
We owe him. We act like he owed us. We owe him.
Indeed.
Today we are begging for his mercy. When he extend that mercy to us, we owe him. He said he will never give his glory to another. We owe him. And all we owe him is our love, our obedience. That's what we owe him. And that's all he expects. And just like he said, I chastise you as I chastise a son in whom I'm well pleased. Your children owe you. You don't owe your children, but that's how we think today. We think we owe the children. We don't owe the children nothing. They owe us. The Almighty said you should fear your father and your mother. It don't say the father and the mother should fear your children. Show me that. But we scared of them. We scared of them today. Great comment, Brother Benaiah. Is there any other comments or questions? Well, let me ask the listening audience. Are we in the wilderness today? I put that on the post today. I need some answers. I ain't checked the social media to see what type of answers I received, but I'm going to ask the listening audience. Are we in the wilderness today or not?
No.
Absolutely not.
We are not.
We're in the forefront of the earth.
No.
We are in captivity.
Absolutely. I got another question. Are we under the covenant of the law or not?
We are not.
The covenant's broken.
We're in the cursed part of the covenant.
Well, when I speak about being under the covenant of the law or not, I'm speaking, are we commanded to keep all the laws, statutes, judgments, and ordinances of our Creator? The answer is absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Because it's broken. It has been broken. We're in judgment. Punishment.
Yes, sir. And we're not being punished for what we have done. We are being punished for what our fathers have done. Our teeth are set on edge because we ain't did nothing. How could you do it? And that's a great point to bring up, because a lot of times our brothers that don't have understanding, they run to Deuteronomy 30. Well, when you read the first 2 verses of Deuteronomy 30, it says, let me get there where I can quote it. It says this, and ain't nobody paying attention to it. It says in Deuteronomy 30, the first 2 verses, and it reads, it shall come to pass. I just asked one of my brothers and sisters this not too long ago. Have it came to pass? Because you took me here, and it says it shall come to pass. So I ask you, have it came to pass in your day? The answer is absolutely not. But it tells us, it shall come to pass when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the cursing. Well, I just heard my brother say it. The curses of the covenant is on us. Well, let me ask this. Is the blessings, have you ever seen the blessings?
No, we haven't.
No, because I'm not.
Well, if the answer is no, then this don't apply to us.
Exactly.
And it didn't apply to us. It applied to our fathers that was in the wilderness, freed. This don't apply to us. We ain't never seen. It says it shall come to pass when all these things, not some, but all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the cursing, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind. The only way we call them to mind today is reading this book. That's the only way. If you never read this book, you wouldn't have nothing to call to mind. That is not what it says in this book. It says that you was going to call to mind something that had befallen thee, which was the blessings and the cursings. So this do not contain or does not apply to us. It applied to our fathers that was free in the wilderness, that was a recipient of the blessings and the cursings.
Yeah.
We must acknowledge every word. When we don't acknowledge every word, we are confused. Anybody can plant whatever they want to us because we ain't confirming every word. But when you confirming every word, we automatically see when you add and when you diminish automatically, because we confirming every word.
Yes.
Yes, indeed, Elder. And in Deuteronomy 28, the word that they don't want to confirm is all.
Yes, ma'am.
And all these blessings. And they say, well, I'm blessed because they pick out 1 or 2 things. It says, all these blessings shall come on thee and overtake thee. So they want to pick and choose. Oh, this one came on me, so I'm blessed. No, all of them. And you can't say all of them. You can't say that. And the thing is, like you said earlier, we got to wait on the Most High, but Israel don't like to wait. We have shown, our forefathers have shown they don't like to wait. They get impatient.
They don't like to wait.
They want to go to other idols. They want to do their own thing instead of waiting on the Most High. And right now we got to wait on him until he decides to remember the covenant he made with our forefathers. But you're right, Elder. Everything you said today say about we not under the laws, and that the camps be saying, that we are rebels and stuff, but they say, we're teaching not to keep the law, but yet they pick and choose and say, just do when it's something they know they're not doing. They say, well, we under this captivity. Do the best you can. Now you're saying you're under captivity. Then you're saying you're in the wilderness. I mean, it's a lot of confusion within the camps. So excellent class. All praises to the Most High.
Aliyah, thank you for your comment, and you are absolutely correct. We just showed one of the greatest testimonies to where our people do not want to wait on Yahweh, nor do they want to confirm all, because the Almighty told our fathers to confirm all. They came back and confirmed a bad report. And then after the Almighty told Moses to tell them they have transgressed, the very next thing they said, well, we'll do it today. And that's our people today. That's how they talking today. We'll do it today. I hear them talking about our fathers all the time, where they more righteous than our fathers. They say, well, we're going to do it today. We ain't going to be like our fathers. Well, you are being just like your fathers when you say you're doing it today. You are going up, and we acting like Moses and asking you, why now? Why are you going to transgress now? we talking like Moses. Why are y'all doing it now?
Wow. Yes, indeed.
That's how I want to hear. Great comment, my sister. Is there any other comments or questions? If there isn't any other comments or questions, this presentation was pretty long. It was well needed. We'll go ahead and end the presentation by reading Psalm 68. Psalm 68. Go ahead, brother.
I'm sorry. Brother, this is Brother Gershon. Shalom, shalom.
Yes.
And I would like to just make a comment.
Please do.
Okay. In Zephaniah chapter 3, I was reading that today. That's a very good chapter on what you're talking about today, what you gave on today. In verse 20, I'd just like to read that. It says, At that time will I bring you again, even in the time that I gather you. For I will make you a name and a praise among all people of the earth, when I turn back your captivity before your eyes, saith Yahweh. I just wanted to put that out there. Shalom.
Well, that's great that you put out. It go hand in hand with the presentation. It allows us to know that we ain't in the wilderness. It allows us to know that we still captives, and we would not get any righteousness or glory until Yahweh bring us out of captivity. Then we will get that name. Then we will get that glory, because Yahweh will return to be our Elohim, and we will return to him to be his people, and we will be back under the statutes of life.
Hey, brother.
Yes, sir.
And Nicole, on that, the very verse before that says, Behold, at that time I will undo all that afflict thee, and I will save that halteth, and gather her that was driven out, and I will get them praise and fame in every land where they have been put to shame. That has
absolutely. Today we still shame. Today we still the nigger. Today we still talking about all this injustice and our children missing and all type of things. We still ashamed today.
And attaching ourselves to the stranger and Easter and everybody.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Elder, when we were in the wilderness before, we wasn't under anybody's rulership. We wasn't under another land's laws and stuff. We here in America, in the four corners of the earth, following the laws of wherever we find ourselves at. How can we be in the wilderness?
And that's so true. And we was told to, according to Jeremiah the 27th chapter, we was told to. We was told to bow down to the king and his sons. We was told to pray for the peace of the city. We was told those things, and that's what we wind up doing today. That's why we find ourselves in a funky situation, because we're being ruled by our enemies.
Yes.
And we try to get around that very chapter and verse you just quoted, brother. And brothers and sisters, that when we try to get around it, we see what happened to us. We are rebelling against the word of Yahweh, and usually the judgment is swift and quick and not pleasant.
And we never prosper. That's why Moses said, why do it now? You shall not prosper. Now, we're supposed to do the law wherever we at, whenever time we want to. Moses wouldn't have told the people, why you do it now? He'd have said, well, go on up. Ain't that what Yahweh said? That's what Moses would have said. But instead, Moses said, what the heck is y'all doing? And it was just the next day. It wasn't like 2 years or 5 years later. It was just the next day. And the Almighty told Moses, tell them people to sit down. But today, when we tell the people to sit down, they call us rebels, and they keep telling us that we'll never make it in. Well, I hate to say this, but the Almighty told us in the book of Isaiah, the 66th chapter, and it says this, and it reminds me of my brothers and sisters today. It tells us in the 66th chapter of Isaiah, starting at the 3rd verse, it says, he that kills an ox as if he slew a man. And it reminds me of our brothers and sisters' Passover in America. He that sacrifices a lamb as if he cut off a dog's neck. He that offers an oblation as if he offers swine blood. He that burns incense as if he blessed an idol. Yea, they have chosen their own ways, and their soul delight in their abomination. I also will choose their delusion, and he has, and I will bring their fears upon them, because when I called, none did answer. They cussed us out. They called us rebels and fools. When I speak, they did not hear, but they did evil before my eyes, and chose that in which I delight not. I didn't tell them to collect no tithes every week. And then the 5th verse reads, hear the word of Yahweh, ye that tremble at his words, your brethren that hate you, that cast you out for my name's sake, said, let Yahweh be magnified. And they always saying, let Yahweh be magnified, let Yahweh be glorified. But he shall appear to your joy, and they shall be ashamed. And all our brothers and sisters who we are talking to today shall be ashamed.
Yes, indeed, Elder.
We are at Psalms 68 in closing. And it tells us, I'll read for us all, it reads, let Elohim arise. Let his enemies be scattered. Let them also that hate him flee before him. As smoke is driven away, so drive them away. As wax melts before the fire, so let the wicked perish at the presence of Elohim. But let the righteous be glad. Let them rejoice before Elohim. Yea, let them exceedingly rejoice. Sing unto Elohim. Sing praises to his name. Extol him that rides upon the heavens by the name of Yahweh, and rejoice before him. A father of the fatherless and a judge of the widow is Elohim in his holy habitation. Elohim set the solitary in families. He bring out those which are bound with chains. But the rebellious dwells in a dry land. O Elohim, when thou wentest forth before thy people, when thou did march through the wilderness, Selah, the earth shook. The heavens also dropped at the presence of Elohim. Even Sinai itself was moved at the presence of Elohim, the Elohim of Israel. Thy, O Elohim, did send a plentiful rain, whereby thou did confirm thy inheritance when it was weary. Thy congregation have dwelt therein. Thy, O Elohim, have prepared of thy goodness for the poor. Yahweh gave the word. Great was the company of those that publish it, and it's also great for those that speak it. It says, kings of armies did flee apace, and she that tarried at home divided the spoil. Though ye have lain among the pots, yet shall ye be as the wings of a dove covered with silver, and her feathers with yellow gold. When the Almighty scattered kings in it, it was white as snow in Salem. The hill of Elohim is as the hills of Bashan, and high hill as the hill of Bashan. Why leap ye, ye high hills? This is the hill which Yahweh desires to dwell in. Yea, Yahweh will dwell in it forever. The chariots of Elohim are 20,000, even thousands of angels. The master is among them, as in Sinai in the holy place. Ain't that something? Thou hast ascended on high. Thou hast led captivity captive. Thou hast received gifts for men, yea, for the rebellious also, that Yahweh Elohim might dwell among them. Blessed be Yahweh, who daily loads us with benefits, even the Elohim of our salvation. Selah. He that is our Elohim is the Elohim of salvation, and unto Elohim, Yahweh, belongs the issues from death. But Elohim shall wound the head of his enemy, and the hairy scalp of such as one as goes on still in his trespass. Yahweh said, I will bring again from Bashan, I will bring my people again from the depths of the sea, that thy foot may be dipped in the blood of thy enemy, and the tongue of thy dog in the same. They have seen thy goings, O Elohim, even the goings of my Elohim, my King in the sanctuary. The singers went before, the players on instrument followed after. Among them were the damsels playing with timbrels. Bless ye Elohim in the congregation, even Yahweh, from the foundation or from the fountain of Israel. There is little Benjamin with their ruler, the prince of Yehuda and their council, the princes of Zebulun and the princes of Naphtali. Thy Elohim hath commanded thy strength. Strengthen, O Elohim, that which thou hast wrought for us. Because of thy temple at Jerusalem shall kings bring presents into thee. Rebuke the company of spearmen, the multitude of the bulls, with the calves of thy people, till everyone submit himself with pieces of silver. Scatter thy the people that delight in war. Princes shall come out of Egypt. Ethiopia shall soon stretch out her hand into Elohim. Sing into Elohim, ye kingdoms of the earth. O sing praises into Yahweh, Selah, to him that rides upon the heavens of heavens, which were of old. Lo, he does send out his voice, and that is a mighty voice. Ascribe ye strength unto Elohim. His excellency is over Israel, and his strength is in the clouds. O Elohim, thou art terrible out of thy holy place. The Elohim of Israel is he that gives strength and power into his people. Blessed be Yahweh. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom Israel.
Hallelujah.
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 Oh,
Hallelujah. Israel.
Yes. Be safe, family. Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom, daughter.